Morning, everybody. Hopefully, y'all can hear me just fine. Hey, Miguel, good to see y'all. Hey, Veronica
Hi, good morning.
and Amy down there. Hey, Miss Twanny and Grego. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to grab my last cup of coffee. Why did I say my last? I mean my second. Yeah. What you doing down there? What? What? You always get it. Get it up. Get it up. Get that bound. You man. That's my candy with the ear. Hi, Guinness. Let's see. Everyone needs to be. Are there any proctors in the room who need to be co-hosted that I missed? I don't think I missed anybody. Ooh. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Let's go ahead and close those up. Proctors in the room, do you guys have any announcements, new folks, and is anyone missing?
I have all my agents in for Harlingen.
All right. Hey, Diane.
All my agents are here, Weatherford.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Barbara's still looking for one.
Okay. And we're okay on time. We're all right. And Jim, the changes should be shifted automatically, but I was asked to let you know, still call and make sure that your board got wind of the changes. Some of them may not have checked the calendar or noticed the shift, but the boss lady, the top of the chain here, said she called all the boards that had signed up for it. So the answer is it should be automatic, but your best move is to still double check and make sure. I guess I don't need that right now. Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Good morning.
Howdy. You're welcome, Benjamin. The changes on the dates happened pretty fast. We all had a good giggle at Texas Realtors because we really messed that one up. We knew about the initial desire to have it on the 15th and 16th, but I was booked. And so I said, I need to move it. But for some reason, none of us caught the fact that it got put in there on those dates. So whoever brought it up, thank you, because we would have never caught it. And I mean, never. Y'all would have been mad. So last call for coffee, getting the kids straight on class set up. Get your snacks. Anybody need a Chihuahua? He's loving, chunky, likes to play a lot, a little too much for me. Got about 2 or 3 minutes and then we're going to get started. I forgot what board was missing the one member, but we'll let that person get in. Hey, Peggy Jones, what board are you with?
I'm with Four Rivers.
Four Rivers. Okay, I have to learn these initials. That's where LaDawn is, isn't it?
It is where LaDawn is.
Yay, she's so sweet.
She is sweet. That's the best description of her ever.
She is. She's really a sweet lady. I actually do have some boot camp classes scheduled for next year. I think they start in January. I'm learning a new way to update the system with some class dates, brand new. So I haven't really finished outfitting the year, but I do think I have some first quarter dates I can share with y'all during break for the boot camp classes. And for those of you who feel like we have just kind of gone through here like a hurricane or something, that boot camp class will kind of pull you back a level and fill in some gaps for you that we're assuming you already know in this class. So there's some stuff for you to do that'll fill in the gaps. We're almost ready to get started. Let me pull up class. So I'm just curious, everyone, how was yesterday? Did we keep it moving? Was it pretty swift? I hope so. It moved for me, I gotta admit, even for a Monday, it seemed pretty swift. Let's hit the play button there. Awesome. All right. To our board that was missing, your one member, did they show up yet or are we still waiting?
She has not shown yet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
We're going to kind of go through the preliminaries, which, gives her some time to still get in the room without missing anything, substantial. But we're going to, I guess, go ahead and kind of hit it and get her done. So we can, since we've all been together for 4 days, we can skip over a whole bunch of stuff that I'm about to kind of hop right on over. We don't have to go through all this stuff unless you want to, but reading of the rules for anyone that's new in the room, I'm not going to read them all. I'm just going to show them to you again. Nobody was guilty of anything yesterday. So big round of applause from me to you guys. Y'all did a great job of staying off phones. Couple of side conversations were noted, a couple of you. And the minute it was brought to your attention, you hopped right off. So thank you very much. But no real big side convos, nobody pulling a Peluso. So a really good day. Thank y'all very much. And a lot of technology kind of flipping on and off. If it happens, like I said, just bring yourself back in the room. We'll still be here. We won't count you out for that. I do need to say, just as a matter of your safety and ours, no driving and Zooming. It's state law, so just be careful not to do that. And we have had some people who literally needed to go down the street, do something at the children's school and come right back during a break. We're talking 3-minute drive, and that's on you. Just be sure not to take this class with you when you do it. There we go. So we did really good. Can I give y'all some credit for this? Nobody really just ate up class time. Nobody passed out. No one was just, out of line with too much. It was just a really good day yesterday. So thank y'all very much. No need for this either. Y'all did great. Everybody should know who the heck I am. Heck, I'm even tired of looking at this. So let me just move past all of my credentials. We don't need to see it. Don't forget, Friday is exam day. And to the gentleman who is in his first section today, I've got a series of questions that we answered in the first class, the very first day, and I think you're going to need to see those. So hit me up in the chat and remind me who you are so I can show you those questions and answers. Those are the frequently asked questions we all went through together. But you guys are almost there. Now, I'm going to brag on somebody who doesn't like to be bragged on because I believe, are you 2 transactions in already? Yeah, I'm talking to you. So someone has already gotten her 2 transactions done. That is Miss Niquay Dunbar down there giggling, acting like she didn't want to be spotted. So Miss Niquay, now I'll hand off to you because you got in there and got her done quick. So she's ready to get this 3rd section finished, tested, and get that certification. She may be one of the first in the state after to get it. So That's amazing. So guys, it can be done. Admittedly, there were, some nicer size leases, not, actual building sales. It's gonna take some of y'all longer to do, but someone was driven to make this happen before the end of the year. So I got to give her some love for that. I know you don't like me to highlight you like that, but I had to do it and give you some credit for jumping on in there, feet first. So today we're supposed to be, well, you know what? I didn't fill that in. We're supposed to be talking about more property management stuff. I thought I filled that in. This is the hazard of looking at this stuff too much, but we are doing a lot of conversation, still a lot of group activity, because again, what we're looking at is a whole bunch of property management and building stuff today. There's only one formula, just the one. I'm trying to tell you now, we're not going to hit you over the head with it. And I think it comes towards the end of the day. And let me give you some warning about that formula. It's a lengthy one. It goes through a few pages of your text and almost 8 screens of PowerPoint. So what I want to just make clear very quickly before we go back to the slides is that this is about theory, not actually picking up calculators and doing it, or plugging into Excel spreadsheets and doing it. We may get to that when we resume classes in person and everyone's in front of a computer and has their book and we can see each other, but that's too hard with everyone not having 2 and 3 screens, and some people printed the books and some people didn't. So we're gonna go through an example towards the end of class. It's in your book and I'm gonna one step you through the whole thing. But if you wanna take a slow stroll through that formula, it really is very simple and it is explained really well in your book. So it's gonna be a weird situation towards the latter part of our day. So let me just make sure. We're going to be looking at development stages, feasibility studies. We finally get to see a site assessment. I went and found one and took out all the private stuff you don't need to see. So we're going to be looking at a site assessment. And then we'll be looking at all kinds of key lease provisions, a little bit of financing, not a whole bunch, but again, we're still moving through our day pretty doggone fast. But for now, if everybody has a camera ready, the exam, bam, there it goes. You missed it. All right, so let's do a little exam review from Joe pulled up his camera. Let's do a little exam review with a different set of questions. And we'll see if technology cooperates with me today. So let me just make sure I've got the right one. I think I do. Here we go. All right. So you can either, let me see. That was okay. Mr. Titus, thank you for that notation. I want to get you that FAQ, but let me write your name down there, Jim. And that way you and I can maybe even look at that during lunch. Excuse me, everyone. Jim Titus. All right. And Benjamin Lotzer. Benjamin?
Lotzer.
Awesome. Okay, then I will show you guys what we missed either during lunch or on your break, depending on what you need to do during your break. So gotcha. All right, exam review. All right, which of the following statements, and this is tricky, which of the following statements is true regarding commercial real estate leases? And you got to really hear what I'm about to say. The statute of frauds is always applicable. They must always be in writing. TREC requires lease terms greater than a year, or must be for a period greater than 1 year and in writing to be enforceable. What do you think? Yeah, you would do that. First of all of the above was never a choice. All right, so there we go. That's listening phase 1. All of the above was never a choice. Now, catch this. The proper response for this one, it's interesting. The statute of frauds is always applicable. No, it's not. We learned yesterday that the leases needed to be a certain length, right? So there might be some short-term leases where this wasn't something you could use. TREC is also not the entity that requires the terms be greater than a year. It wasn't a TREC rule. It's a statute. It's a law. What in the world? So your better choice here, and this was a real tricky one. I got to give these people credit. Somebody was a stinker that wrote this out. It must be for a period greater than a year and in writing to be enforceable. So that was your response. Interestingly enough, there is a response in the exam that says 2 alphabets are your better response, and it's not the 2 alphabets. So before everybody gets comfortable with that, it's usually all of the above, or it's usually the double alphabets. I'm going to tell you now, it's not. There's a trick to it. The statute of frauds is always applicable. And let me give you a real life example. In the farm and ranch contract, it says that oral leases need to be recognized. It's in the Texas Realtors contract, paragraph 6. It's either 6E, F, or G, but it is paragraph 6 of the farm and ranch contract that acknowledges oral leases. In a recent article from Tierra Grande magazine, there is a lawsuit going on regarding the oral leases. Some oral lease that was in place, but they had to honor the lease. Again, it was verbal and it was handed down over the generations. So to say that it is always applicable isn't true. It's not that TREC requires terms greater than a year, and it must always be in writing. Well, the oral leases blew that out the window. So it must be for a period greater than a year and in writing in order to be enforceable. That's what's true of the commercial real estate leases. It's interesting. All right, so which of the following are true regarding our commissions? Let's see, unlike residential commissions, our commissions for leases are standard throughout the industry. Brokers are only paid leasing commissions at the beginning and ending periods of a lease. Let's see, commission rates and payout structures can vary. Brokers are never entitled to commission on renewals or C and D. Absolutely. They vary and structures vary. Absolutely. The rates and the structures vary. I wish somebody would make me wait to the end of a lease to get my money. Man. Anyway, let's see. A single net lease. What is a single net lease typically? It's base rent plus something. What is the something? Looking in the chat. There you go. A share of the property taxes. Woohoo. Go Cheyenne. All right. Let's see. Triple net leases. What do triple net leases include? Base rent plus what 3 things? You can either say it or throw it in the chat, but I see chat's on fire. So maintenance, taxes, and insurance. I think Benjamin Lotzer got that up pretty doggone fast. Ooh, all right. I see Matthew with the Tim. Hey, Matthew, have you seen CTI as well? We used to use CTI a lot. Where's Matthew's face? I can't see him. Matthew, you haven't seen CTI? My bosses used to use that for CAM taxes and insurance. So sometimes different folks, different strokes. But yeah, we used CTI a lot at one of the REITs I worked at. Next one, let's see. CAM fees are also classified as what kind of fees? It's a 2-part word, or it's a hyphenated word. What do we also call them? There it is. Benjamin hit it. Pass-through. They're also known as pass-through fees. Let's see. Okay, tenants' monthly base rent is determined by what? Monthly base rent, did I read that right? Yes, I did. Is it determined by the rental rate per square foot multiplied by the amount of leased space, Is that a true or false statement? Monthly rental rate per square foot multiplied by the amount of leased space. Is that true of base rent? There you go. What about this one? The monthly based rent is based on, and catch how silly this is. I'm asking you about monthly base rent is determined by the annual rental rate per square foot multiplied by the square feet and then divided by 12. Is that also true? Yes, it is. You're going to get a two-part answer, and they're both true. Just be very cautious in this exam to catch the word monthly like Sharon Yuri did yesterday versus annual, because it does come up a lot. And so this question is a two-parter and both parts were correct. One gave you an annual number, but then said it was going to be divided by 12. And so the monthly number is what you'd end up with. It was indeed correct. So let's see. Expansion rights. An expansion rights provision is commonly associated with which of the following? Escalation clauses, exclusivity clauses, quiet enjoyment clauses, or right of first refusal. I saw Twani's lips. There you go. Right of first refusal. Absolutely perfect. Which of the following is true about sublet agreements? It's negotiated between the landlord and the tenant. It's negotiated between the tenant and a third party. Landlords are not allowed to turn down the sublet, and lease obligations to the landlord shift from the tenant to the sublet. Which one of those is true? Absolutely. It's between the tenant and the third party, but you'll still need to reference the master lease to see what was put in place. And even though this exam is telling you it wants to see a certain answer, my best recommendation, just when y'all get out there in the world, is see what's in the lease. Landlords may want final approval. They may want to run background and credit, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not going to say this is the Bible when it comes to subletting, but for the purposes of what was taught in the book, it's negotiated between the tenant and the third party. So there you go. Let's see, which of the following is considered a rent abatement? Would it be a moving expense allowance? Would it be tenant improvement dollars that are paid by the tenant? How about reduced base rent? All of the above, or just the first and third choices? Oh, somebody fell for the all of the above. It is the first and your third choices. That's your moving allowance and your moving expense allowance and your reduction in base rent. There you go. Oh, Matthew, I got something to show you during break too. I forgot about that. Let's see, effective rental rates determinations include which things? Does it include average rent calculation? Does it include a going in cap rate? Or does it include DCF analysis? That's a tricky one for you guys. So does effective rental rates, when you're determining them, does that include, I'll do it again, average rent calculations? Does it include a going in cap rate, or does it include the DCF analysis? Yes, it does. I see Stephen answered that there. And you'll also take into consideration average rent calculations as well. Somebody else caught that. It was average rent calculations and DCF. There you go. Awesome. I see, as long as I'm seeing a part of it, that's wonderful. You guys are getting there. How about this one? When you're looking at the effective rental rate for a building and you're looking at average monthly rent, what's important as a financial consideration, or what important financial consideration is missing from the outcome? And again, I'm asking you, we're just averaging numbers. if I'm just averaging numbers and coming up with here's your average rental rate, I'm not doing something, and I'll give you your choices. What am I not considering? Am I not considering cash flow before taxes? Am I not considering an internal rate of return? Am I not considering the time value of money? Or am I not considering all of these things? It is the time value of money. Thank you. I am so impressed. It means we're not considering the time value of money. If all we're doing is counting up every month of rent, dividing by, oh, I don't know, 36 months in a 3-year, then we're not looking at time value. We're just doing an average. So that's a very simple question, even if you're not familiar with the formulas. Let's see. The questions are all over the map. Can I share something with you guys on this exam? This exam is set up a little different. Usually when we take these, even for the GRI, you'll notice that the exam being 60 questions long is usually about 15 questions from the first day, 15 questions from the next day, et cetera, et cetera. They're mixed up on this one. So in case you kind of have that mindset where you're thinking first day here, second day there, the questions are jumbled. Let me see if I can make sure I caught all of day one, because you guys did all right. You got day one just fine. And scrolling through the back, because there is a day one, here we go. There's one more back here. At the end of a lease term, the tenant can continue to occupy the space, but if you do not commit to a renewal, you're said to be doing what? It's 2 words. Holding over. There you go. Holding over. You have been holding on. I like to say you didn't put a ring on it. You didn't commit to me. All right. Day one. All right. Let me ask you this one. What term is used to describe the total floor area that is leased to the tenants? That would also include basements and mezzanines if we're looking at your pro rata share. So we're calculating your pro rata share. What's the phrase that we use to talk about the total leasable area? I just gave you the doggone answer. It's the gross leasable area. There it is. I just gave it to you. But when you're doing your pro rata share and you're looking at all the space available for lease, including basements and mezzanines, that is your gross leasable area. Let me flip one more page. And I think we did get them all for day one. And look where we landed. Perfect timing for you know what? A break. So get your calls in. I'll see you back here about 5 minutes after the hour.
What's the FAQ that you were talking about?
Did you want to see it now? And then Matthew, I'm going to show you something in a little bit, maybe even during lunch. But
Okay.
I did run a spreadsheet on
Oh yeah, I
scenarios.
figured out already. All the
Okay.
numbers right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can show Benjamin and crew this FAQ.
Okay.
Because I don't think it was part of the other instructors class.
Okay.
So Benjamin and then also Jim Titus. I don't know if Jim's hanging out with us.
Oh, he's hanging out all right.
Is he hanging out? Okay, let me
He's hanging out there.
go. All right, I have to go pull up that day's class.
All right. Thank you. I think I already know most of it, but just in case sort of thing.
Yeah, and some of it I even had to ask because the information wasn't readily available. And of course, day one, everybody's just ready to go with these questions. And I was glad that it was part of the presentation. TACS, section 1, day 1, me. All right, let me just go ahead and get started with it. Put it back up on the screen for you.
Thank you.
All right, and animate. All right, and then let me share the screen. My apologies, I thought I was sharing already. It turns out you're just looking at my face. And FAQ. These were all the questions that were coming up. And let me just pop them all up for you. There's about 5 slides like this. So if you wanted to screen capture this or take a photo of it, you can. And you guys are the ones that got past everybody. The very first question, do I have to take it in order? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely get you reverted back to course number 1. Everyone's been alerted.
Yeah, when I talked to Metrotex, they said it was fine.
Yeah, and that I talked to their boss and it's not. So
Okay.
hear you, but again, we got to get you taken care of in the right way. Yeah,
Thank you.
this ain't coming from me. This is from the boss. So whoops, did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then of course, check your spam to see if you did pass. You should get a certificate in there, just like your GRI. And I think there it is. One more question. All right, so do I need to notify Trek? You sure do, because we're not going to turn those in for you. We won't give you a score, just like the GRI. You'll only know if you passed or failed. I do think it's a shortcoming, but that's how it's set up. Each 4-day series, I believe if you're still in SAE is worth 30 hours. If you're out of SAE, it's worth a little bit less. I am not a fan of being asked when is lunch and when do we get out of here. Somebody did that to me the other day. I'm not a fan. The class hours are set. We get out when we get out. So I did that to stop folks from asking that question. Here we go. Will I be required to complete any transactions? And yes, you will. You'll have 3 years to do 2 transactions, and they're not eligible unless they began after you started the TACS. So anything you had in the works before you did the class wouldn't count, and previous transactions also didn't count. The kinds of transactions that apply, most, but definitely no renewals. And this question is one that's being refined because it was a good question. Well, what about this? And what about that? And I think some of the higher ups needed to refine that answer. So even I'm still waiting for that one. Let's see, a few more and we're done. Well, we can salvage some of your break there. Are they good for the broker education requirement? Yes, they are. Do I need proof of your transactions? The verification is going to need to come from your broker, not from you. And if you are the broker, I think they're coming up with a different set of rules. And then once you do need to apply for your certification, there's where you get your app from. If you want to get a copy of that link there. All right, and then I think there might be one more. Yeah. I think we took up 30 minutes running through these, but we definitely needed to get them on the table. The app fee is $50. There are no annual fees and dues to retain the certification. Once you get it, you have it, which is good news there. Is more education required to maintain it? No, there's not. It's kind of like the GRI. Once you have it, you have it. And then can the 3 sections be taken in any order? Again, from the boss lady, they need to be taken in order. Now, if she relaxes that for you, and I think she will, Benjamin, I'll be honest with you. I think she will, but for everyone else coming after y'all, I think they're going to get a little stricter with the desire for this to be taken in order. Jesus, do we have that many questions, y'all? Okay, there are some people who get to sneak out of here like Matthew, but Matthew opted to hang out anyway. So if you have your CCIM or your SIOR for industrial and office realtors, that's the Society of Industrial and Office Realtors, you could have opted out of the class and get the certification by paying your fee. Commercial members without a designation, but at least 5 years of experience, just need to pass the 3 exams and then fulfill the requirement. And that was prior to application, and they're fine. So there was a way out for people who'd been in this for a while. And the truth of the matter is, what we didn't want was to have people who were extremely skilled bored to tears. And I mean bored to tears. And then we have the proverbial, or I should say, you know, the white belts, like someone mentioned in the room, being rushed along by our brown and black belts. So the idea was you can have the certification because we're not telling you anything new. And I think that's it. I think, yeah, that was the last question. So I hope that helped you out with some of your basic questions. And if you have more, Benjamin, let me know because we need to add that to the FAQ later.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. And thanks
Quick
too.
question I have is on the the sequential 1, 2,
Yeah.
3 in order, et cetera. This is, I'm doing the first one as 2.
Sure.
Like I said, I've taken CCIM courses and stuff. But how do I find out whether or not I'm going to be wasting my time now or?
You are my friend, so no time wasted. That's for doggone sure.
Okay, good.
That I think that the powers that be at the top of the ladder will probably want to do a little bit more in notifying folks, a little further down the ladder that this needs to be done in order. And it might be a matter of how it's marketed online so that you can see, you need to take class 1 first, then 2, then 3. So you're going to be fine. But I do recommend, because when you get to section 3, we're going straight to contracts, almost 3 straight days of contracts. You're going to be sitting in there going, what? Because we'll assume you would have seen all this other stuff. So definitely go back to 1 and then jump over to 3.
Anybody get a copy of the tax 1 book?
That'll be between you and the board to get that taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any of those materials to forward. And as we all have discovered, the stuff I have is off. Mine is off by 4 pages. They've updated books based on the corrections I've made, and they never gave me the updated books. So the better stuff is with your board.
And you're doing the tax 1 in January?
I am doing it again in January. Yes, sir. And we finalized those dates is, I believe, 3, 4, 7, and 8.
4, 7, and 8, similar to
Yes.
what December was shifted to, kind of.
Yeah, kind of similar to, I think, well, let me double check. Hold on. I think that was the December date I just quoted you. In January, see, I'm lying to you. Jim, don't get me
It
lying.
sounded very familiar. That's the reason why.
You said next year, my bad, 14, 15, 21, and 22.
Perfect.
And that one has a week of a gap in there, a nice 1 week gap.
Perfect.
People can
Right.
work like normal folk,
Okay.
sitting in class all day.
That's it. I got to
That's
company
gonna
to
be
go
fine.
right
I'm
No.
vouching for you. You're gonna be okay, but go back to 1 before you hit 3, because 3 is also, we're gonna spoil it for everybody. There's a major project due. You can't do the project unless you finished 1 and 2. And that's part of the rationale behind taking it in order.
now. Okay.
Jump in on 3. You needed to
So I can skip the 3 in December and come back
Yeah.
to the, okay.
go back to 1 and then join us again for 3, because again, there's a big project at the end. And
That works.
yeah, you got where I'm going with that. Cool.
I got where you're going.
Awesome stuff.
Appreciate it.
But I got y'all. I got your backs. I got
I
your back.
appreciate that.
I got you, Benji.
I got a quick question about the transactions.
Yeah.
Like, you could have skipped this class, taken the tests, and shown your transaction. I have 15 years experience. I took the class because I wanted to see the content so that I could see like where, if it was good for the newbies that are coming in and stuff like that. So now do I have to start over because I'm not allowed to use prior? Like, it just seems like it's a catch-22 of like, you can, you can't.
It said that, and it said that if you have these transactions prior to the class, see, for the folks that are like you, that have 15 years but no designations, prior experience does count. And
Wow.
yeah, so you can just test out of this if you'd like to.
Well, I'd like to take the class to see the content, but I was just wondering now that because I'm in the class, it's like, no, it starts over. Now you need 2 more. And
Yeah, so it's totally your call if you just feel like, you know what, mission's cool and everything, all of that, been there, done that. So it's totally your call. Give your board a holler, but let me say this to you. I keep calling this class kind of like the guinea pigs of TACS because you're the first. You know what I mean? You're part of the first. So all of the glitches and the hiccups, and you know what I'm saying? And all that stuff that goes on, you guys are our mirror. You're the ones telling us this is what it's like. This is what we noticed. And then we get to correct it for future groups. And so even for you not knowing, maybe we need to do a better job of letting folks know you didn't have to sit here for 12 days if you didn't want to. So again, if there's stuff that y'all want to make sure that we know for future iterations of this class, y'all email me so I can get it up to the powers that be. We'll get it up there. And Chandra, if you want to test out, if you've had enough, holla.
Well, it's more, I lead a division and I have people asking me all the time how to get into commercial real estate. So I wanted to take it so I know the content that's here and I know whether it's a good place to send them. So this is kind of research for me.
Well, that's okay. And we're about to head back into class because we ate up all of that break. But I will say this, there are other classes. There are boot camp classes. There's 101 classes. There's all kinds of other stuff that I think people should be taking before they get here.
Yeah.
Explaining what CAM is for some folks, well, I get it. It's something we would have assumed you already knew by the time you got here. So if
I
you
agree.
who need to take a step back, then this might not be the place for them.
Okay. No, I agree. Thank you.
I came in this is my first class because I took, I think, 101, and I just didn't correlate the classes correctly. So I came in on 2. So are you saying to hold up on taking 3 in December and wait to go back to 1 first?
Sandy, there is a massive capstone project that is due before y'all finish section 3 based on things you should have learned in section 1, which is why this must be taken in order. You're going to be sitting in a room full of people talking, basically about all kinds of stuff, formulas, concepts, and things you didn't get exposed to because you hadn't had the benefit of class number 1 yet. Hence the need to take it in order. So yeah, you participating in that project and listening to these people talk around you, you can be like, what in the world are they doing? So that was the need for us to take it in order. And since we're having that conversation, I might as well let everyone know there is a group project due at the end of the 3rd section. 4th day, and let me just get your nerves all straightened out now because people get a little nerved up. But on day 1 of section 3, we're going to put you all in groups. And so however you all come into section 3, that's how you're going to be put together. So what's really cool is many of you are all still together from the first section. Some of you know each other. We've all been looking at Matthew for 6 days now? Come on. We know Taryn, we know everybody. All of us have been together. Amy has been with us, Min's been with us. And so we'll be grouping you. You're going to get your assignment day 1, minute number 15. I swear to goodness, we're going right into your group project. And you're going to have several sessions over the 4 days where I'm going to put you in your breakout groups so that you can work on the project together. And at the end, not the end of the 4th day, coming out of the lunch break on the 4th day, you all have to be prepared for 20-minute presentations of why you selected buildings you selected for an imaginary client. So you're going to be working together. And so I just kind of want to gear you up for that. That way you don't kind of get hit in the face with it. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing worse than finding out you got some massive group project that you didn't know was coming. So there is a big old project headed your way. Again, it is group work. You'll only have a limited time to get it together, but it's not that difficult. But I will be putting you into your groups. So again, Sandy, Jim, and Benjamin, you guys are okay having taken it out of order, but hands down, January, I'll see you then for section 1, then you can pick up part 3. Y'all good with that? I hope that's a yes. Did I freeze? Oh, okay. Just a nod or a thumbs up, a blink. I don't think anybody blinked for a straight 5 seconds. All right, let me let me get your stuff back up. Here we go. I'm gonna teach section 1 all over again.
Mitch,
Yes.
just to let you know, I don't know what's going on with my internet, but I'm kind of going in and out and having to restart. So
Sure.
If I'm missing, just give me a couple of minutes to get back in.
Do you want to log out now and then come back in? You're fine if you need to do that. It happens.
I did it during break. My screen freezes up. I don't know. But I did it during break, so I'm hoping it's gonna be okay.
Okay.
Hey, Gwen,
Uh-huh.
I'm in Weatherford and mine's doing the same thing too. I don't know what
Okay.
it is.
Are y'all both in Weatherford?
Yes.
Well,
Oh.
I'm in Sugar Land,
Oh,
but I'm
Sugar-
taking a class through Weatherford.
Yeah, I don't know what it has to do with it, but every time y'all go to break, it shuts off and I have to come back in again.
Yeah.
Really?
It started that yesterday afternoon. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
That is weird. Okay, well, I'm not sure what that's all about, but all right. Well, let's get back to it. I hope everybody got a refresher on the basic questions there, since we went ahead and put it back in the universe. And again, if new questions are coming up, y'all be sure to email me those new questions so we can add them to the FAQ, so that people can get clarity. Because again, this is not a perfect thing. We need to make sure we get it better for the future classes coming in. All right, so today's focus, let me put the shared screen back up. Bam. We're gonna skip over all this extra again and land about right here. Today, we're doing development stages, some feasibility studies we're gonna glance at, some CMA discussions, some key lease provisions, still going over leases, they're important. A little bit about market trends and a little bit of financing information. Like I said, just one formula. It's quite lengthy. I don't expect you to mentally memorize what we're seeing. Just want to take you through it. And that way, when you go through your book, you'll be able to follow it a little easier. It's a lot of information to digest. So I did my best to break it down. So here we are looking at a quick quiz. Again, I believe the page numbers are going to be off by 4. Sharon, are we doing that again? Is it off by 4? I can't see Miss Yeary. Let me go back to screen 1. Sharon, are we off by 4 again? Okay, here we go. So which of the following elements are required in order for a 3-year lease to be enforceable? Give me fingers, or thank you, Benjamin. We're on 24, not 20. Give me a finger or an alphabet or whatever you want to put in the chat.
It is. We're still off by 4 on this one.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'll have to make that correction after we finish this section. All of the above was your answer, and this is in your book in case you want to circle it for those of you who printed it out. Moving on to number 2, steps in the leasing process include what? Let's see what's in the chat. Don't you start that, Guinness. Stop it. I see 1 and 2. Absolutely. LOIs and work letters. That's exactly where we're at. A and B. We're going to talk work letters, I believe, today. Memorandum of understanding comes up during the sale, and well, we don't have a letter of intent to occupy. That's what we're doing when we want to lease it up. Number 3, the advantages of using leverage include which of the following? Looking in the chat. Did I? You know what? I have the wrong question up. What is the question? The question must be about
I was just about to say, is which of the following
deposits.
are true about security deposits?
It's deposits, isn't it? I just realized the question based on the answers I just noticed, but they transfer with the property to the new owner. That is about security deposits, not the advantages of leverage. Good catch though. All right, so which of the following lease types is most preferred by a landlord? What do you think the landlord would like?
Are the numbers off?
They are off, yep. And I'm still looking to see what you're gonna put down though. Triple net, absolutely. Landlords definitely want triple nets. They want to capture as much income as they can. A simple net lease is only going to let you capture the base rent plus the taxes. The double net lease are your taxes and your insurance, and your triple net lets you get the expenses for common area maintenance plus the taxes and the insurance. And your gross lease is only about your base rent there. So I want to double check something here. Let's keep going. Valuation of property today. Let's talk about it. So types of interim loans. We got A&D loans here. And we're not going to dig into financing at a level where we're talking about interest rates, but if anyone wants to share what they're finding, we're all open for the discussion on that one. So that's fine, but we don't go through that in the book because too much changes. But as far as A&D loans, that's a type of construction loan that gives the developer some capital to acquire the land, improve the land, develop the building and infrastructure until the lease up phase begins. Come on here, my little computer. There we go. And then current 2020, after I said we're not going to do this, there it is. And this is coming out because this is no good literally in 4 weeks. So current 2020 A&D loan rates, depending on the loan product and a few other variables, some sources say they can be as low as 2.07. Some are as high as 13.23. And mind you, I stuck this in here over a month ago. This has all fluctuated since then, which is why we don't get into discussions about it because too much is changing. This information is about 1 month old and will need to be updated as soon as we get into 2021. But the range is vast, and that's because we're talking loan products and a lot of other variables in place. So I cannot tell you with certainty exactly what you're going to get. Then you've got something else called a mini perm loan. And I don't like the word perm. It makes me think of something totally different. Anyway, once the property is completed, I know, right, Joe? I just go straight to hair. It doesn't work for me. Mini perm loans. Once the property is completed, the construction loan is paid off through a mini perm that is usually term limited to about 3 to 5 years in length. Now, this is supposed to give the developer enough time to lease up the property and get to that stabilized rent so that permanent financing can be put into place. Well, permanent financing is what we want to get to, but we need to lease that bad boy up. So these loans are usually negotiated at the time the construction loan is secured to make sure that a secure source of funding for the developer is available until that permanent loan, also dubbed the takeout loan, can be obtained. There's a lot going on with loans, guys, a lot. If this is not in your wheelhouse, you definitely work with a company that does commercial lending. So I'm looking in the chat. Does anyone have commercial lenders they like to work with? Because if you ask any residential lender, oh yeah, we do commercial loans too. Something about that phrase makes me nervous. I see Carolyn nodding too. Every lender swears they do every type of loan. Yeah, we do commercial too. I'm sorry, but if your sentences are starting with a yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that something about that, it doesn't sit straight with me. So if anyone knows of any recommended commercial lenders, hard money lenders, that would be fantastic if you will put that in the chat. And you are just talking among friends, not recommending to clients. So this is not a trick on my part either. I see, let's see, Walkers and Dunlop is in there. Thank you. So if you guys want some references, there you go. I got, let's see, North Mac, okay. Any other ones? Please take a look, you guys, in the chat. Matthew is coming through because he is heavier on the investment and development side, whereas I'm on management and leasing. So it's always great to have all these different sources. We've got, let's see, Chandra is Tyler S. Garrett with the full set of information. All right, Miss Chandra. Peggy is saying local bank is best, but make sure we've got someone who understands commercial lending. Grant's coming through with Brent Cockerham at Moody. Oh, you guys are coming through with it. Thank you. You guys be sure to take pictures of what's in the chat for your information so that you have it. Types of interim loans. Okay, so we've got nuances to some mini perms here. They may be amortized over long periods like 20 years to reduce the debt service requirement while the developer attempts to stabilize that property. And we're talking stabilizing by getting this cash flow in the terms of, in the way of rents. We just need people to lease this building up. Sweetie, you gotta go away now. I thought we had another one coming in. I was gonna get excited. Take a look here. What's the difference between a bridge loan and a mini perm loan? We talked bridge loans in the first section, and then we come back through here with mini perms. And of course, no two loan packages are the same. That's just not ever gonna happen. People would say, oh, you can get exactly what I got. No, we can't, because I'm not buying exactly what you're buying. I'm not building exactly what you're building. So we can't ever say that. Bridge loans may be for slightly longer periods of time. Mini perms are secured by new developments, that they get the development started. So they're secured by new developments. And bridge loans tend to come with higher interest rates. So that might be something you want to look out for when working with your clients. And one more, bridge loans help developers accomplish things like leasing up the property or with renovations to properties. So there's just a few differences in there. And that one did have a camera, just to be sure, if anybody needed to take a picture of that one had a camera. And then also, the loan terms for mini perm loans, well, they can vary depending on the lender, the type of project, and that goes without saying. Some loans can include that infamous balloon payment, while some will create some disincentives to hold the loan beyond a limited time. And that is correct. Disincentives, meaning don't hold this loan. Let's get this thing taken care of. Again, most commercial loans are non-recourse loans, which means they don't have any other way to recapture their money unless that building performs. So we need to make sure that the building performs. They're secured by the building. And I'm going to let you all take a very quick break early in the day because I killed your Monday. So at this point, take a break. I know it's weird, but I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. We're going to take weird breaks in weird places of our day, but enjoy it because you lost your Monday and I know you've got calls to make. See you back here in about 10 minutes.
Are we on break?
Yes, that lets me know someone wasn't listening.
No, I lost the internet.
Oh, yes, we're taking an early break because I apologize. I thought you weren't listening because some people do that. They'd be like, where did I go? No, we're taking a break so I can let you return some calls because yesterday was tough. Today, less content. So you can take a break, return your calls, hit your emails, etc. Because Monday, y'all lost a lot of time with me.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies, Miss Gwen. I was like, oh, sometimes people are on the phone and then they bounce back. Are we on break? Yeah.
No, everything froze. And then I was like, oh my God, no. And then, so by the time I came back, it looked like the donuts was up. And I was like, okay, wait a minute. I know I didn't lose that much time. Wait a minute.
You know about them food pictures, right? That the she said the donuts was up. Yes, ma'am. This is my give back because the classes are back to back to back to back. I mean, y'all are losing effectively a whole work week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So enjoy your break. I'll see you back here in a few.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, sweetie. sweetheart. We'll be coming back from break in just a couple minutes. If you wrap up your calls and emails, we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, y'all start to wrap up your phone calls there. We're about to kick back in. Wrap up your phone calls and emails if you can. I hope the extra break is helpful. All right, no more donuts. Donuts are over. And I do hope the extra break was helpful, guys. Like I said, it's hard to give up a full week to take classes. And so we're going to do that a little bit more today because today has less content than days 1 and I believe 3 have. So again, we're going to do it a little more frequently so that you guys can get some work done. I know it's tough to be here. So if it, somebody's having some trouble. All right, my buddy is, Gwen is trying to sign in and out on another device. I don't know, whoever is with GMWAR, we've got a lady who's having some trouble staying logged in. So she's gonna sign in on another device. That's our buddy Gwen trying to get on back to the room. So we acknowledge that she's having some trouble out there. But as long as you guys are okay with the additional breaks, I mean, I hope that works for you all. Because again, this class was set up quickly. And when I say quickly, it was a matter of can we get it into the schedule when all instructors all over Texas have been booked for months. And so this is kind of how that all fell out. So here we go. Somebody else lost internet connection. Oh, blessed. Proctors are logged out. Why don't we just cancel and say we were here? How about that? Right? All right, just cancel and just say we were all in the place. But now we're going to, I just got 3 notices of people who got kicked out. Okay, we're going to move into development stages. Now, I already told you what my niche is, what my wheelhouse is, and where I excel in this business. And there are other people who excel at searching for land, finding land to develop. And so this is where we work with other people to find out what they do, what they know. There's plenty of resources available for you if you're going to get involved in development, because there's a whole bunch of stuff to learn when you're looking at raw land. So here we go. According to your book, which is really, really simplifying this process, and I do mean simplifying the process, they say the first stage in development starts with a search for suitable sites for the intended development. That's one of those no-brainer statements that you knew before you ever walked in this classroom, right? You knew that before you got here. The big question is, where in the world am I supposed to find these sites? Where do I go to find land? How do I find if the land is zoned for what I want to do with it? Are there easements on it? Does someone else have something, going? Are there surface leases? I can't even begin to tell you everything that could go wrong here in searching for a place to develop. On top of that, some of the land that some of you may want to help someone purchase doesn't even have an address yet. So we've got a whole bunch of other stuff to consider, not just help me find a place to put up a building. So I'm curious, has anyone worked with a developer from land search upwards? Has anyone ever gone that far back in the process?
I've done,
Is hire a realtor. That's what we're here for.
I was a developer.
That's us, y'all. Let me at least let you know that you've got some resources available. There is a land institute as part of Texas Realtors. And so for some of you who may need to, I've mentioned before, partner with someone, you go to the Land Institute to look for someone to help you with that. Because like Taryn and I were talking about yesterday, and I think Miguel clarified, we were talking about agricultural exemptions. And if you're not familiar with things like that, people are going to be looking at you to make these things right when they come out so terribly expensively wrong. And in the search for land, there are other things that you'll need to know that even the book sometimes doesn't mention. Now, in section 3, we're going to talk about opportunity zones. The book mentions them for like 3 paragraphs. I think they require a little more conversation. But then there's things I didn't see in the book at all. And is anyone familiar with TERS? I'm going to put it in the chat so you can see what I'm saying. They're TIRZs. Is anybody familiar with the TERS? Looking for some nods, or anybody who's saying yes. I got a bunch of folks who think I'm speaking Martian. A TERS is Carolyn, was that a yes? I know what that is. Tax increment reinvestment zone. There you go. Gail Hood. Thank you, Gail. And so we've got those. We've got CRCs. We've got CDCs. We've got some, hey, Gail, honey, that was close enough. The fact that you knew the tax in the zone, you're all right. That's okay. You did good. But there are other entities that you can go to for help in developing certain areas that come with some tax incentives that may benefit the owner of the land, or the developer who's about to develop the land. And much of what we have seen around Houston, that's the neck of the woods I'm in, happens through community development corporations. That's your CDCs, the CRCs, community redevelopment corporations. Your tax increment reinvestment zones or redevelopment zones are both fine. You've got banks in the area who need to abide by the CRA, the Community Reinvestment Act. Are you all about to put branches somewhere? I need to kind of go where you're going. What communities are you about to reinvest in? I might be able to get a development loan from this bank. So there are lots of other places to go before you just start hitting LoopNet or Commercial Gateway or REIS, looking for land. So I wanted to let you know it might be easier to go find. Gail Hood's got EDCs in here. So there are other groups you can go to. And then who works, and somebody worked in USDA with USDA land for those loans. Is anybody in here still working with USDA loans? Was there one person in here that did that? That one you can look for a map on, and USDA loans, and a lot of this is residential, but it doesn't mean commercial doesn't work. But the USDA also backs loans for redeveloping certain areas that need further development. So there's a whole bunch of resources that you have that the book doesn't talk about. Let me get you back to your slides. There was nothing to see there. So there you go. And please continue to fill the chat with whatever pertinent data you have. So development stages, we're looking at sites, and they can include vacant land, existing structures that might be ideal for rehab or even some tear down. Due to some scarcity issues, or it turns out it's in a great location, it's just time for the building to go. So you're going to need to consider looking at all those things for your client. Here we go. So land assemblage. Now this one's an interesting to me. This is a tactic employed in land acquisition where we're supposed to help them acquire 2 or more adjacent parcels and then combine them into one. And that sounds great. It sounds easy enough. Let me get these 2 things together. And yeah, then you have to deal with local government to combine parcels, change tax ID numbers, and there's a lot of stuff that might come with this that slows down the development process. And there are some issues that come with assembling land. This is the one right here that drives me insane. Multiple parcel owners. You have got to know that everybody is on the same page. And I'm telling you now, this even comes down into the world of leasing and property management. When you've got multiple owners of different, let me back up. You got multiple owners who all own a different portion of one shopping center. You're managing one part, somebody owns a different section, they're managing it their way, and you're trying to get folks together. Let me just tell you, folks don't always agree. Well, how much are you selling that parcel of land for or buying it for? Well, why'd you offer me this much if you're offering him that much? I mean, you can understand how bad this can get with multiple parcel owners. And then y'all already know about number 2, the holdout. Yeah, Taryn's giggling on that one. There's always the holdout. I see Santosh giving me the head nod. Isn't there always that one sucker in the group who just really wants to be the last dude standing or lady so they can make sure they got the best deal? The holdout owner is, this can be an extraordinarily lengthy process, and it really can. This can take years. This may not be a few weeks or months, and pricing is going to be major. Non-disclosure is a massive factor here because people need to keep their mouths shut. What you do for one, you may not be doing for the other. Someone's parcel may come with some environmental issues that someone else's parcel did not come with. All dirt ain't the same just because it's across the street from each other. Let's see, Grant is saying, can you structure offers on other parcels that are contingent upon the sale of others? If that's the way you structure the deal, you can, but that's a risk. You got to definitely talk with your client and the attorneys about how you put that in writing. I totally understand where you would want to go and why, Grant. I totally do, but that is absolutely Lawyerville for me. But I get it, totally get it. It's a reasonable thing to do. So let's keep moving. Development stages. Developers will usually refrain from purchasing the land, to your point, Grant, until they are assured that the intended development can even be achieved and will be profitable. So there's some research that needs to be done on the front end about, can I use the land the way I want to? And again, what you're going to see in our text is there's a whole bunch of language where they keep telling you, Gail and Lucy and Matthew and Ruth, that you need to follow up and find out and find out and follow up and do all kinds of research that you've never done before. So let me just ask you all this, and this is a thumbs up, hands up, whatever you want to do. Will you be doing research on zoning if you decide to get involved in development? Will you all, are you confident enough to say, let me research and see if this land can be used that way? Yeah, I see some no's up in the room, some folks saying that is not my wheelhouse, I'm not doing it. How would you tell your client that's not part of what I do? Anybody got a mental script ready to go? I see Chandra leaning in. Yes, ma'am.
Be the source of the source.
Say it again.
Be the source of the source. So let them know where they need to go.
I was like, what?
Don't be the source, but be the source of the source.
And see, even telling them where they need to go gets us back to that county versus city conversation. And this is one of the reasons why, for me, it was a thumbs down, but that's just for me. Someone else may really know how to do this and be confident enough to say, your source is over there. But what else would you tell a client when you have to say, I can't do that for you? Or better yet, I won't do that for you. How do people talk to their clients? I see Matthew's lips open. Is Matthew about to say something wise? Come on, Matthew. You look like you got something just lingering, ready to come on out. What would you say? Matthew's screen just went black. Look at Matthew. He's gone.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Just tell them the truth. You know, to be honest, something we can do, something we can't. Just give them direction. That's it.
I love that. that is the best let them off the hook statement I've heard in a while, Matthew. Just tell people the truth. There is this thing that we do, and we feel it necessary to be everything for our clients. And sometimes trying to be everything gets us all in court. And so you have to be bold enough to say, that's something I'm not really proficient at because it's not in my area of expertise. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to pull in another partner on that area. And of course, we can continue through the transaction once you get that narrowed down and let her go from there. I don't believe in leading people down the path of trouble because I don't
Yeah,
want.
because those part of money is beyond my knowledge, so I couldn't make it.
Well, and if you're really cool with your investor client, like, you know what, I don't have enough lawyer fees to cover my butt when I mess that up. Someone will send you to someone else, just be honest about it. Or you go grab yourself a partner, maybe someone in this room who can help you through the transaction or at least that part of it. And I do co-broker deals all the time because someone else will handle one section and I'll handle another. So it's something that you have to be comfortable telling people, because none of us do it all. None of us do it all. Let me get you down here. Here we are. We're looking at the due diligence process for developers. Thorough site analysis has to happen. They're looking at soils to consider what we need to know about construction. So one of the things we start thinking about is intended structure. How big is it? What are we going to do with the structure? Does the structure need to, I don't know, is it spreading out wide? Is it going tall? What are we doing with it? Proximity to existing utilities, if there are none. It costs money to pull utilities out. Has anybody ever been in an office building back in the day that didn't have internet services yet? Do y'all remember them days? Drove us bananas because back in the day, some owners of property didn't recognize, you do know you need to get some internet up in here, right? People are not leasing this building without internet. And so we had to have cable pulled to our buildings. That's how old I am. But proximity to existing utilities, that's going to cost money to bring the utilities to the property. Grading, ensuring a level base. And in Houston and Harris County, this became a massive factor after Hurricane Harvey. Massive and expensive. Drainage. I can't say enough about this. This right here. I'm sorry. Drainage is how do I describe how I feel about drainage? It scares me. On the residential end, are you guys experiencing more questions than usual about how well the neighborhood drains after a good rain? Y'all starting to hear that question? Yeah, and every time something new goes up, drainage changes, doesn't it? And it does, and it happens with commercial buildings as well as residential ones. Commercial going next to residential changes all that. All of that concrete that we put down means there's less soil for some of this stuff to run into naturally. So drainage, again, is a massive factor. And then also existing contamination and future planning for surrounding areas. That's a lot of stuff for someone to put on your plate for you to know. Where are you supposed to find out about planning for surrounding areas? Has anybody ever done this before? I'm seeing people say this is not my lane of expertise, and I can tell by how quiet everyone is. This is really like, oh gosh, do I have to do this? This may be when you get a little more active in your neighborhood associations and you start to see what they're talking about. There is a neighborhood newsletter that goes all over the city. I got a few copies. Hold on, let me see. Thought I had one right behind me. There
Community impact.
Letters you need to read. What is it, Min?
Community impact.
There it is. Thank you. Community impact is really, really good. Aren't they thorough about what they share about what's coming?
Yes.
In my neighborhood, I am up north around the Willowbrook area, and there is an exclusive golf club called the Ravenel. Has anybody ever heard of the golf club before? The Ravenel was purchased by Harris County. Did you know that, Taryn? Yeah. purchased by, I thought I'd lost my mind when this private $500 a month golf club said anybody can come play.
It was a lot more than $500 a month. And
that was the base rate, Taryn. That's what I asked for myself. Okay, I got the base package, Taryn.
It was one of the elite private clubs up there. And
yes, it is.
But it's gonna be part of the flood control. They're going to be, it was always flooded, and they're going to use that as part of the flood control. So the guys bought it, they're letting people play it, but it won't be Ravenel anymore soon. It'll be.
Where's the walking around money?
So, but he's right. They did. Harris County purchased that, and no one knows for sure when they're gonna. Like he said, there's not going to be a Ravenel anymore. That's part of their drainage plan. But it was in the Community Impact magazine where you first see that. So you're going to have to start looking at resources to find out where stuff, the plans are located. If not, check out city council minutes. You know, there's all kinds of places to go, but if it's not your wheelhouse, stay out of it. But let's keep going, guys. And what were they quoting you, Darren? What were they quoting you? Higher rates?
I never wanted to be a member. I just know some people that were, and it was pretty pricey when it was a private club.
Right. Now I don't want to go play because everybody can play. I don't even want to go in there anymore. It's not exclusive anymore. Here we go. Let me get y'all down the line here. All right, so it is finally time to talk about ESAs, your phase 1 environmental site assessments. And we're going to look at a real one. And it took some time to get this designed up for you so you can take a look at some of it. We're not looking at all 100-something pages in there, but we are going to look at a few key areas that were in this one in particular. So I did my best to conceal private information since this is a real live document that was just created in June. So phase 1 environmental site assessments, and this was the cover page. And here we go. Questions that you're going to need to ask an ESA consultant before choosing a firm. Now, you're going to recommend your client do this and not necessarily pick the firm for them, but you need to ask them. Will you visit the environmental agency if there are files available? So are they going to go to whatever agency has files, or are they just going to just be calling and seeing what they can grab off the internet? How long are you going to spend on the site doing your research? What are the qualifications of the person that's doing the site visit and writing the report, not the person signing off on the report? We're talking about the actual person putting it together. What are their qualifications? You might want to ask, how long have you been in business? And bigger, have you ever been sued? And someone I hope is honest enough to answer this question, have you ever been sued as a company for anything you did or didn't put in your reports because you didn't go find records and do thorough work? And this is not in your book, so if you wanted to take a picture of what's coming, you certainly can. So this is your contents page, and this is just the beginning of it, but this was a really lengthy report that was about 40, was it more than 40 pages long? And based on the headers, again, you can see how new it was, but what's really key here is what's going on around the property. This wasn't just about what happened at the site that was being purchased. This was very much about everything surrounding this property. Take a look at what we've got here in the contents. We're not just talking about the purpose, scope of services, but we're talking about gaps in available data. You need to know that. Your client does at least. Limitations and exceptions in this particular assessment. So if there's some limitations in place, like the building is old and certain data is not available, you're going to need to know that. Let me see, vicinity characteristics, current use of the property. This may have nothing to do with highest and best use. So be sure to note that for your client. Site improvements and current uses of adjoining property. This could be a massive deal for your clients. What's going on around the place your client is trying to buy? Valuation reduction for environmental issues. You certainly want to see that. And let me ask you all a trick question. Who is the client for this?
It's your buyer.
It's your buyer, and it could also potentially be a lender who ordered it as well. Yeah.
If you are getting a commercial loan, most likely they will require a phase one.
They need that phase one in there. They have to have it and they have to see it. We've got owners, property managers, occupant information, previous environmental reports if they exist and if they can be located. Reason why we're doing it, who ordered the thing, who asked for it. The client will be noted on page 9 here. And then records review. They're showing you the records they went to go look at. You needed to know that. And there's so much more. There's a ton of information, but let me see. Can you guess what appears in this report that personally I wish was part of typical home inspections? And I'm gonna just give it up for you. Stormwater runoff and drainage paths. I wish that was part of what we saw in residential reports. Even when I was reviewing this for you guys, that just kind of blew my mind. I was like, that would have been nice to have even for us in residential. Stormwater runoff and drainage pathways.
Well, also 5.6 and 5.7, those are
Potential flood, exactly. Nearest surface water. I mean, I'm telling you, I love an ESA. There's so much great detail in here. Absolutely. So let's kind of run through it a little bit. And this is the last of the contents as well. There's lots of stuff in there. By the way, they do give you a very quick synopsis, opinions, conclusions, lots of stuff to look at. And they say this is where their qualifications are. So you might want to go glance at that too, but this is coming after they were hired. Costs on these things can vary. Some say they start around the $2,000 to $3,000 range, but that depends on what it is you're assessing. How much are we looking at? Is there a structure on it? Did it have previous problems? In my research, I found some that were as high as $45,000. I know I saw the Chandra eyebrows go up, but we're talking massive sites though. I mean, massive industrial sites. So they can get super expensive.
Yeah, that value you put in there, that's for like an acre.
Absolutely.
You know, not you're getting 5, 10, 15, 20 acres. It goes up higher than that.
Yes, Lord. And so many of the ones I've worked with, I'm down here in Pee Wee League because I'm just dealing with office buildings and, you know, small condo, business park condos. So I'm down here in Pee Wee land. They get pretty big, and that's nothing I've ever worked in before, just to be totally honest with you. So let's take a look at this. This report is digging as far back as 1921. I was impressed, and it took me time to read this. It was a machine shop from 21 to 40. That's a lot of history there. And so this thing is telling you where they're at, what they found, and this is early in the report. Very early in the report, so you can take a look around. Then we're looking as well, there is the potential for a release of hazardous substances and or petroleum products. So now we have us a problem. We aren't even 2 pages into us, and now we have noted potential problems. The next bullet point, this is always my nightmare right here, leaking petroleum storage tanks. Great. Yeah, Matthew's given that familiar nod. That's something I go straight for. I'm looking for USTs, underground storage tanks, and is there an L in the front? Are those things leaking? So I can't tell you what the name of, is registered as a leaking petroleum storage tank facility with the TCEQ. So yes, it came with some pre-existing environmental problems. Your client may need your help reading this. You just make sure your client does not lean on you to find everything in here. All right, so make sure they consult with this company when they need help tearing it apart, reading what's in here. It is reported to have achieved regulatory closure. So those issues with the TCEQ, they say had closure. Then there's a mention up here As of the date of this report, the TCEQ central file room is temporarily closed due to the pandemic. This was back in June, if you remember. When did the quarantine start, guys? I forgot what month. When did we go into quarantine?
March.
Okay, so yeah, then this makes sense that by June, the TECQ, everybody was at home and not in the office. And so this report's telling you, great, now there's some stuff even we can't get to because it was shut down. Now, do you want to accept that or say that's an excuse? I don't know. So much is available online, it makes you wonder, are you guys kind of cheating me a little bit, or did you legitimately not have access to records? I don't know. But again, they're saying that this is reportedly a closed issue. So that's there. Then something else came up, and I saw it here first, and I put a highlight over here. Dry cleaners. Who knows why that got my attention?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, someone's having a full-blown conversation.
Chemicals that they use.
Dry cleaning chemicals.
There you go. Those dry cleaning chemicals, those things are dangerous. And the minute I see laundromat or dry cleaner is coming, you know, yeah, Chandra's already got that smile on her face, and phase 2 is twice the amount of phase 1 sometimes. It's pretty bad. So, you know.
More like 10 times.
Yeah, right. Right. I had a client who had to do a phase 2 and asked us to pay for it. No, because we gave you a clean phase 1 and your bank just wanted you to do a phase 2. No, you pay for that by yourself. Your bank wants it, you go get it or make them pay for it. But dry cleaners make me nervous. Who was about to say something? It was going to be good, I can tell.
I was, but I think somebody else has already mentioned it. The seller, if you're aware of it, don't you have to disclose that prior to selling when you actually put the building on the market or as the listing agent?
If you're aware of it. And some of this history goes back, you see back here, it says 1935 until 75. I was around 4 years old in 75. So, you know, I wasn't aware, I didn't know. And I'll be honest with you, unless as an agent or the owner, you truly were aware of this as a result of your phase 1, then you needed to say something. But then you've got some lenders who don't want previous phase 1s. They want you to get your own. So, you know, there's a lot of factors at play. I always like to ask, will you take an existing phase 1? And invariably the answer is no, we will not. We want a fresh one. So you can try, just like with the appraisals, you can't ask.
Whoever's got the property, they may never have an environmental report on this property. So they will use that to their advantage and say, well, I never knew, because they want to sell the property because now they're liable. And anyway.
Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff comes into play, which is why I like Matthew's tack. Be honest about what you know and don't know. You start trying to be that everything to everybody person, and then one of these pops up and you're in a world of massive trouble. But let me show you a few more things in there just to kind of get you accustomed to looking at it. These are things that just in my experience get my attention. But according to the 1951 Sanborn map, I'm about right here, apparent solvent tanks are located, it says are located along the southwest property boundary of this facility and the northeast property boundary of the site being the one that we're trying to purchase. So the dry cleaners are known to store hazardous substances, and this is not the intake location. This is the actual, I'm doing the dry cleaning there, not the intake place. So this is massively an issue. Should be noted that the site operated as a dry cleaner prior to modern environmental regulations. And while that's cool, it still isn't an excuse. We got issues we might need to take care of. Given the potential chemical concerns associated with dry cleaners and the length of time, about 40 years, that this thing operated as a dry cleaner prior to environmental regulations, and this is where the arrow is pointing, there is a potential for a release of hazardous substances or petroleum products to the subsurface. This constitutes an REC. Let me get you to the next page. So, detailed scope of services. Okay, so this is conducted the following scope of work for this particular assessment, and they're telling you what they did. They did a walkthrough. I hope you did more than just walk through. They did a drive-by of adjacent properties and the site vicinity, but I still hope you did more than that. Drive-by of adjacent properties, you don't have any business there, so that's what that's all about. They did look through the databases of federal and state regulatory agencies, so that's good. They reviewed aerial photographs. They looked at historic documents, clearly they did, from these local agencies. They looked at any historical docs, like Taryn was mentioning, that came from the owner. Site history and land use review, totally helpful. And then report preparation, including conclusions there. So this was the scope of work that was in the actual document. And then there's some more to take a look at here. This report's conclusion comes in the very beginning of the report, so that you can dig for details later. Says there is no evidence of HRECs or CRECs, yet it did identify some RECs. What the heck is the REC? Recognized environmental conditions. The HRECs were historical recognized environmental conditions, and the CRECs were controlled recognized environmental conditions. So it's interesting that in the beginning, it says there is no evidence of it. I find that odd, but I think what it was saying is some of this stuff was resolved. So it goes on to say, if contamination attributable to an off-site, and I'm citing law for you guys in the red box. If contamination attributable to an off-site source is found to exist on the site, and it's right here, just so you'll know where it's coming from, right here. Texas law, which is the Health and Safety Code section 361, provides that the site owner would not be held responsible for contamination that is solely attributable to an off-site source. The dry cleaner wasn't necessarily on site. There were some other things that were off-site that are not going to be directly attributable to this particular property. We're not holding you responsible, but you still needed to know. Crazy stuff. And we are at a perfect place for you guys to take a break.
Hey, Mish, I had a question.
Yo, yes. I can't see you, but yes.
Right here.
So let me go to the second page. I got 2 pages. There you go. Thank you.
Let me ask you. So, if you have the let's say the buyer, I guess, for this, and then they're looking at the site to buy, then you recommend to do the phase 1, or the bank recommends to do the phase 1.
The bank, the lender is going to make you do it.
Okay.
Yeah, the lender is not going to put any money out there until they have an ESA performed, so that they know that they're not putting money on a development that's going to end up in lawsuits, and the building, you know what I'm saying, produces no income. It never realizes stabilized rents, things of that nature. So yeah, the bank is going to ask for it.
Okay. And then from there, of course, that pays the buyer will pay for that. I'm assuming.
Yeah, as a seller, I'm not paying for it.
Right. Yeah.
So,
And then they ask, okay, so the lender recommends who to use, or will the buyer ask you who should they use?
I would never recommend myself who to use to do this. And Taryn looks like he had something he was about to toss in there.
I was gonna say, always tell your buyer they need this. That it's just, it covers their behind. Because remember, when you buy a property, especially commercial property, you buy it as is, and then you buy all the responsibility too. So if somebody did something long ago and you bought the property, and that was the property they did it on, you're now responsible. You've taken on the responsibility. Always
right.
tell
And my
you can Google, I know several, but you can Google and find lots of companies that do this.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of engineering companies have groups that do this.
And my clients have chosen their company, but I don't make recommendations. You know how I feel about recommendations in general. But my clients have always come through with people they knew they wanted to work with.
But the one thing to remember is the phase one, they don't take soil samples or anything else. It's just purely a walkthrough and research of documents. That's what it's about. But it really comes in handy because, like, you found some of this property sitting there going, oh, it's just vacant land. Well, not 50 years ago.
Exactly.
It's vacant land now because somebody spilled a bunch of crap all over it and they've cleared it all off and they waited 10 years to start running cattle on it. So things to think about.
And which one is like the inspection, like they do in residential, like the inspection of the structure and things? I mean, do they do that in commercial, I'm assuming, as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what is it called?
Usually you get an engineering company to do it because it's a little more than just an inspector, like a residential inspector does. You need an engineering company to come in and really do a sound review.
Yeah, I have structural engineers that come in and do certain reviews, and there are different companies that will look at different aspects of a property as well. So it's not that one size fits all general run through in 2 hours flat that our residential people do, to what Taryn is saying. Different companies perform different tasks, but an engineering company is a good place to start. But this is one of those things where you making a recommendation to the wrong one, it's just risky business for you.
Right.
Just risky.
Thank you.
And then Raymond was asking, when someone is selling a property, would they share an ESA? Or did they? Well, I'm answering yes to the question. There's a duty to disclose. You make that clear.
There is not a disclosure sheet that they fill out. So
they can use 1408.
Yeah.
They can use 1408. And that's one of those opportunities for an owner to say what they know and for you to kind of get yourself out of the mix and off the hook because they filled out the form saying they did or didn't know about certain environmental hazards. So there is something that takes you out of the line of fire.
Yeah, but those 1408s, most of the companies, especially if they're a big company that's managing these properties all around, they'll just say they don't know.
Yeah, they will, but I need that in writing somewhere. I need it in. Yeah, I just need me out of the line of fire. So put that in an email, write it down. If you don't know, you don't know. So yes, but the duty to disclose what you know, yeah, they have a duty to. Will they? That's a whole different question,
Is that the condition statement?
On your inspector question, you may have various inspectors. You may have an elevator inspector go in. You're going to have a fire system inspector go in. You're going to have a
HVAC specialists, roofing systems, all of different people. There is no one size fits all here. What were you asking though, Gerald?
Is that the condition statement, the one that you just said, the commercial?
Yeah, that's one that will capture some information, and it's an opportunity. I hear what Taryn's saying, but by putting it on the table, it's still an opportunity for someone to put in writing, I don't know. At least, boom, you got proof that what they said was, I don't know. I just need it in writing somewhere. Even if they don't want to acknowledge they knew something, at least I'm not the one verbalizing, well, my client said they didn't know. They can always say, we didn't tell her that. So I need in writing somewhere, either you're going to acknowledge you knew about something or say that you didn't know about something. That's all. But I need you to start asking your questions during class, Gerald, because they're very good questions and people are missing what you're asking about. I think you believe other people don't want to know this stuff, good stuff, and then I got to go back and repeat. Oh,
because I always have like so many questions. I'm sometimes like, oh,
and I don't get to take a break either. So I need you to, okay?
All right, thank you.
From break time questions.
Thanks.
No more. So we're going to do this again for everybody else. And I need to go turn on my air conditioning. It got really warm up in here. Go take your break. Break.
Mitch, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. If you don't mind me multitasking, because I got to get something done during break, but I'm right here.
That's fine.
Okay.
When agents list properties or commercial properties for sale, is there any most common place they list them at?
Ooh, I will say CoStar. CoStar and LoopNet, I believe, are the big dogs in the industry. I mean, you'll see stuff on Commercial Gateway in the Houston market. You'll see some things on, oh goodness, is it REIS? There's a few other places you'll go, but some of that stuff is also populated through Commercial Gateway data, excuse me, CoStar data. And again, this is me multitasking, so forgive me for this. Hold on.
It's fine.
Still having an issue with something I need to straighten out. But yeah, commercial CoStar. CoStar is usually the big giant of the industry. It's the best place to go. You know, you can list on CoStar for free without a membership.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Even if you're not a paid member with any kind of subscription to the service, you can't see your listing, but everybody in the business can, and you will get calls on it.
Okay, because I think that's one of the biggest problems I'm having right now is like, you know, people will send me an address and say, can you look this information up or whatever? And I went on RPR, Remax Commercial. I didn't think about CoStar, but I'll look on there to see if I can find this property.
But you need to be a member of you need to be paying for the CoStar service. You just can't go there. You just asked me a general question, not what you could do for free. That's a different question.
Okay, well, what can you do for free?
Nothing. That's a different question. The best you can do is go to places like LoopNet or Crexi, and Crexi is still populated from CoStar. So, you know, you can, and Crexi is CREXI, but you're going to get limited information.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I need to get focused on something real quick so we can get back to class. Forgive me for this, but Gerald been chewing up my breaks over there. That's why our break was extended. I needed my actual break. Let me get back in there to do something administrative. And then I'm going to have Mr. Great Questions over there ask his questions again out loud. Okay, there we go. Is that where we are? And then drop it down. Okay, and all right. We got a couple minutes, about 2 more minutes, and we are back from break. About 2 minutes, and we're back from break. Maybe that was the issue. I'm doing an update on Poll Everywhere to see why my poll decided not to work yesterday. That might have been the issue, as a needed update. We'll see if that helps. Awesome. Okay. All right, guys, grab your coffee and your snacks and come on back. Is everybody back in the place to be? Let me shut that down. See where everybody's lovely faces are. Getting my chat window back up. And Gerald.
Aye.
Someone started to say something. By the way, the person that question, let me get you an answer in the chat. And bam, there's your answer. Gotcha. Thank you, by the way. I didn't say Crexie is CoStar. I said I think some of its information comes from CoStar. Here we go. All right, so back to it. We are, let me just make sure you can see what I see. Does everyone see fruit? Now, awesome. I had to do some updating and get some things done during this break, so thank you very much. Now, Gerald, where are you, Gerald? Where's Gerald's face? You have eaten up 2 of my breaks with your fabulous, wonderful questions that I believe other people need to benefit from hearing. So I had to stop you from asking me questions. What was your next question, Gerald?
Yeah, from after the phase 1, how do you move to the phase 2? Like, okay, the bank order phase 1, and then how is it that is it an option or
No.
is it mandatory by the bank or?
Depending on what's in phase 1 and how bad it is and what is determined to be a problem, then a phase 2 is going to be mandatory. If there are problems with the site that are discovered, there won't be any choice. Either you get the phase 2 done or you're not getting this money. And that's pretty much it. The bank takes a hard line on buildings or sites with environmental issues. That's going to affect whether or not they can recover these funds later because the asset is no good. You're putting a building on top of what used to be a dry cleaner or some nasty industrial dump site. People end up with diseases and cancers and issues and problems that are attributable to things that went on the ground, and you chose not to dig a little deeper. So no, the banks are going to say you need a phase 2 based on what we saw in phase 1. And I never seen it be an option. Anyone else want to contribute though? Because experiences may be different. Okay, go for it. Gerald, you were about to ask.
Yeah. And what was it? And sorry, I forgot.
Gerald was also asking about inspections on property. So Taryn and I were having a good conversation with him about inspections. And this is not one of those situations where you go look up a commercial inspector and they come in 2 hours, they've seen everything they need to see and they're done. So we've got lots of people who do lots of different things. And to Taryn's point, you've got elevator people, you've got fire people. I threw in the ring that you've got roofing specialists, HVAC specialists. There's all kinds of stuff that needs to be looked at. A structural engineer may need to look at the building. And let me just be honest with you. I had a building that I managed on Beltway 8 up north at Vantage Parkway. This is not far from Greens Point and Hardy Toll Road. Anybody familiar with Vantage Parkway? Not Vintage, but Vantage. Anyone familiar with it? Little horseshoe-shaped street up north. Let me just tell you, that particular property is where Baker Hughes used to be before they built their building a little further up the street, closer to the airport. And Baker Hughes brought in a bunch of folks from other countries. And so they didn't always recognize some of our holidays. No big deal. Christmas was one of them. Some of the folks came in from other parts of the world and Christmas just wasn't something they celebrated. And of course, Baker Hughes benefited from this because folks would work clean through the holiday. What we didn't count on is folks working clean through the night because their body clocks were still on the other side of the world. And Baker Hughes let them work when they wanted to. Problem. And I'm just curious, does anybody already know what the problem is I'm about to put out in the atmosphere? There's a problem when people want to work at all hours of the night. Does anybody know? I see some, Candace got a look, Grant got a look. What do you think I'm about to say? You know I'm about to say something explosive.
I don't know what you're gonna say, but it's gonna be.
All right. Here it comes. I'm winding up for the pitch. It is Christmas Eve. I believe it was Christmas Eve. We are eating dinner, having a great time. We are winding it down. I get a phone call. Someone is driven clean into my office building. Bless this gentleman's heart, but he just wasn't used to where some of the things were on the vehicle and the stick shift. And you know how you do that automatically? You go from reverse to drive. You don't even think about it. You just bop, bop, 2 bops and we're down in the correct gear. Well, honey, he bopped in the wrong fashion. And all I know is when you're in your car and you put your hand on the steering wheel and you put your hand on the seat next to you, you want to look back so you can back up. Well, he looked back, but the car went that way. And he drove clean back into the conference room he had just come back out of. Now I'm rounding the corner on making a real live point, Benjamin. I know sometimes I say things that don't make sense. There's a point here. When he drove the car back into the building, he hit a load-bearing beam and bent it. He bent the thing. This is the thing that holds up the building, and he bent it with the car. Do you understand how annoying and nerve-wracking that was? After we determined that he was fine, and after we determined that he did get the extra insurance, thank you, he got the extra insurance on the rental car he was driving that he drove into the building. Now we needed structural engineers to come back out for several days and look at this pillar that should have been standing like this, that was now bent literally in a nice little, I don't know what you call it, a V shape or something. But that's the kind of stuff someone's going to need to find when they're looking at buildings. And the person I represented needed to disclose that. I had knowledge of it, and so did every tenant in the room. And someone was going to mention it if someone else didn't. So disclosure needs to happen when you know things. But yes, you need different people inspecting different aspects of a building. Just putting that out there. Look at Taryn laughing. This young man, bless him, drove clean into the building, took out the bricks, the glass, anyway. So there you go. Have different people check out different things. Gerald, what else did you ask during break with your wonderful question list?
I think about the condition statement, the property condition statement, and if that's something that they fill out, and something that is, I think on the contract, they have the option for either the condition statement on the TREC contract, on the Texas Realtor contracts, they have the option for a condition statement, or they just choose option B for they are not aware of the following. So
yeah, Taryn and I had a great conversation with you about this. And to Taryn's very real life example, people can simply say, we didn't know. I don't know. I have no knowledge of that. I have no prior knowledge of that. That might not actually be a lie if I was hired 2 weeks ago. I don't know. You know what I mean? But as the person in the middle, that's me and you and Jim and Lucy and Gail and everybody else and Ruth and Cheyenne, and we're all stuck up in the middle here, and I'm representing you, I still need it written down somewhere that you didn't know. So I might still offer you a property condition form for you to fill out that says unaware, 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 so that I've got it on record that you are unaware of what happened. If you get someone playing hardball, perhaps you can get them to say, well, we're not aware of any of those issues in an email. I'm not a fan of verbal conversations when a person says something to me that absolves them of everything. Because then all this, right? Like, see, Taryn looked up and giggled. And what that means is that when someone looks at me and says, but your client says they didn't know, you told me your client didn't know, the client can go, that's not what we told her. There's a whole bunch of trouble in the mix. I just need someone to put it in writing somewhere that they were unaware. So I would always push and do my best to get that written, like you said, in the contract, I'm unaware, something to get you out of the middle of it. They don't want to fill it out, fine. There's about 50 million unaware boxes you can check them all.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, Gerald, you always ask amazing questions during break. We have the best conversations during break. So hopefully, if you don't want to ask them out loud, throw them in the chat, my friend, so we can at least let everybody else hear too, because you got some great stuff you put on the table.
I will. Thanks.
You are so welcome, and thank you for that. I do appreciate you. Did I just share the wrong screen? Here we go. Sharing the fruit picture again. All right, so the report that we saw went into a lot of detail, and we didn't have time to look at everything. And I'll be honest with you, it takes a lot of work to remove all of the private details that I have to be careful not to share. But it did go into other information about oil and gas pipelines, liens on the property, which was really interesting, vapor encroachment and intrusion. So we might be looking at all kinds of things that come up from the soil. What did they teach you in residential about, is it radon that seeps up and it's odorless and colorless and things of that nature? I think it was radon that was also in this report. Water characteristics, that's going to be a big deal when it comes to what did the chemicals do that were with the dry cleaner. Those chemicals I'm going to put in the chat are called PERC. I think, is PERC illegal now? I believe it is. And this is what I'm saying when I say PERC, P-E-R-C. I think PERC is now illegal, but let me just say this. PERC is what they used to dry clean your clothes. And if PERC is strong enough to get through the concrete slab and then get through the dirt and hit some shale, you know what I'm saying? And get down to the clay and potentially into the water table. You want that on your body. You dry cleaned with that. It begs the question, do you want that on your skin? And I do believe PERC might be illegal now, because how in the world are we putting that on our flesh when it can get through environment to such deep levels and affect the water table for years? So I think that was one of the chemicals that got mentioned a few times in this report. Why do I keep sharing the wrong thing with you guys? Here we go. Here we are. Other things in the report. Again, that stormwater runoff and drainage path, the flood potential, things that were not found in association with the property, but were noted in the report, so they may pop up on other people's reports. Distressed, discolored, or stained vegetation. Why does that matter? Has anyone got experience with why discolored, distressed, or stained vegetation matters? I see some folks' faces that have an answer.
Soil contamination.
Exactly. We're talking outright soil contamination. It is the fastest way to know what's going on. And for those of you who are not so savvy about grass, and you can't figure out why your grass is still brown, it may not have anything to do with weeds. You could have ants under there chewing it up. Some folks aren't aware of that. So you could even have ants under the ground chewing stuff up from the root. And I know it's root. I just like to say root. Anyway, so let's get the rest of these up. Railroad lines nearby, obvious odors, and even septic systems on property. That is still technically an underground tank. So that's the kind of stuff you might still see on the property, or in the report rather. Here we go. So land prep and construction stages. Now this is highly subjective. This is not a one size fits all. So if I had to tell you your text had a limitation, it's the inability for the text to give you an every scenario look at what could be happening here. So this is highly subjective with regard to how underdeveloped the land currently is, or if demolition might be involved. Do we have to remove trees, bring in soil? There's all kinds of stuff to consider with regard to land preparation and construction. And again, in Houston, now we have to build up. Is anybody familiar with the building up and what we're doing around here? Anybody have to deal with that? Candace, Chandra, what's your experience with it so far? Because I am not a fan.
I've just, everything I look at now, people are like, do I have to bring in fill because dirt is expensive?
Yeah, I don't even know where we're getting the dirt from. I swear to you. Right now, putting in new stuff requires raising up the land to a certain height. And that was a response to Harvey. And I had the worst time selling some property because it needed the dirt. It needed some fill, and it reduced what we could sell the property for. But there's all kinds of stuff to consider. Has anybody ever been around for construction of a new building, even when it comes to houses, and watched soil testing happen? Y'all ever seen the soil testing occur? Who nodded for me? Was that Chandra? Have you ever required a new home builder to test it again after days and days and days of rain?
I haven't required it. I know it's been done. I built a commercial building, and yeah, I saw the testing before. They didn't require it after, but
Yeah, let me tell you guys, there's so much that goes on, and I see soil contamination from Raymond. Thank you, Raymond, because you were definitely correct on that with the plants. Soil is a very big deal. What's going on top of it, what happens underneath it, the plants associated with it. The dirt is the telltale sign right there. It's not just about what you're walking on, it's everything that goes on. We're putting a building on top of dirt. You just can't shovel up some dirt and put the dirt there and here we go, let's put in some foundation and let's move on. The big question is, how much is this dirt going to shift after I put all this weight on it and after I build? And so there may be points when it has rained for a month straight around here. I bet you won't start this construction again. We're going to test the soil again and make sure that this ground is suitable to build on top of. And I've had to have this fight with some people. It's been raining for 3-4 weeks straight around these parts. Are you kidding me? This is not the same soil that we had 2 months ago. So again, very big deal. Let me see. My friend who loves to remain anonymous, caliper inch of large tree, remove and replace. Uh-oh. What are you saying? My friend who's shy, fill that in for me. Caliper inch of large tree, remove and replacement. You have to fill that in for me in a minute. I know you don't like to speak online, and I'm not going to put your name out there, but when you can, fill in the blanks for me. We got a shy guy in the room. He's such a sweetie poo. All right, so land prep. Once the development is completed. So we have skipped over dirt, all construction, and suddenly we're on a certificate of occupancy. So your book said, hey, you're on your own. So we're going to skip over all of that because there's so many different types of buildings you all could have been putting up. Warehouses, straight up industrial manufacturing sites. It could have been an office building, low, mid-rise, high-rise, technically a skyscraper. There are different grades of office buildings. So we're just going to jump over the building and get straight to the C of O. Once a development is completed, you need that certificate of occupancy. Some people call it a CO, some people call it a C of O. It can be issued from whatever entity that will certify the building is substantially in compliance with its approved plan. The building itself does get its own certificate. Your tenants, if you're working with lease tenants, will need their different C of O to certify that the space they're renting has been built properly for the intended use they're claiming. So that's a different level of C of O than the one that the owner of the building is getting. That's a different level. So just understand that because the building's got one doesn't mean your client doesn't need to get one. Then, still moving on, after the CO is issued, the property can be leased up until stabilized. And then once leasing is stabilized, we can put that permanent loan back in place there, or we can at least get it in place. But that C of O is something totally different. So the land prep and construction stages chapter goes on to talk about the C of O. And it's 3 primary purposes. And I found this for you to kind of help sum up what it's for. It talks about what the structure is used for. Is it an office building? Is it industrial? And industrial is broken down by manufacturing versus warehousing. They are not all in the same. That the structure is suitable for the kind of occupancy intended, and that the thing complies with whatever building codes are in place. Now, let me tell you something. If any of you want to dig a little deeper in your careers, I suggest you go find your building inspectors and meet them and say hello. I know my Harris County inspectors by name and I keep them here. When I have questions, I just call these folks up direct. Can you help me with something? I need to understand something. And that's from a property management point of view. It also helps me understand that, like this number, letter C says the structure complies with building codes. Those codes change about every 2 years. The question becomes, which code is that entity using? Are we looking at 2017 plumbing codes? We're looking at 2019 plumbing codes. I don't know. But at least if you keep in touch with inspectors, they can help you with this. So there's nothing wrong with meeting with these guys, having lunch, and ladies, because my best friend is a lady. She is fantastic with this. What am I sharing with you guys? There we go. Y'all are going to get the exam for real today. I'm going to share the exam with you by mistake, answers, and everything. There you go. So this is what that thing does for y'all. Certificate of occupancy, who needs one? Well, there's not a one-size-fits-all answer. I wish I could. New construction, there is typically a need for a C of O on new construction. I've talked to people around the country that have different thoughts, and I'm like, wait a minute. You don't need one. I'd beg to differ, but I'm not fighting with people about areas I don't work in. Property conversion. When there is a conversion, a change from one use to another, this may be a factor for us because we're talking about repurposing all these buildings we just emptied out, thanks to the quarantine. So now we're looking at repurposing buildings. We got to find something else to do with these buildings. So there might need to be new C of Os issued all over town. So warehouse going into residential lofts is a great example of one. Change of ownership. There may be a signal here. We need a new C of O. You never know, but that might also be one more reason to get one. And here we go. The last one, major construction. Some towns are going to require you to get a C of O for construction that can change the manner in which one exits the property. Ain't that something? So something going on. It's interesting to find out that major construction, minor construction, different places, different requirements. I've heard people tell me, and I don't know if it's true. I've heard people outside of Texas tell me that every tenant, and I'm going over to tenant now, doesn't need a certificate of occupancy on a suite. I can't imagine that. Whether or not it's true, I do not know. But what I do tell folks is this: I'm not going to be your source for everything because I don't want to be the one that guides you in the wrong direction. Where's our friend there, Chandra? I'm going to be the source that sends you to the source, or I'm going to just send you elsewhere because I really don't want to misguide people. What happens in Houston doesn't happen in Waco. What happens in El Paso doesn't happen in Amarillo. Different guidelines, different areas, which is why this information is so generalized. And I hate to say it, but it is super generalized because of that. Here we go. See, Chandra, you should have just tested out and moved on. Telling you. Okay, so how do I get one, or how do I help my investor obtain one? Who knows the answer to this question? Y'all know the answer to this question.
You don't.
You don't. It's not your job. You're not in this. Get out of that. I'm telling you now, if you send them to the wrong entity. Again, Houston, I think Taryn might have mentioned it. And I've shown it to you, I believe, in the other class. Houston has no zoning. We don't. There's a letter from the mayor he puts out every year. We don't have zoning. It doesn't mean that there aren't certain requirements in place for the type of structure you want to build and where you want to put it. It doesn't mean that there's not some HOA somewhere that's got something to say about it. So you can't just think that you know exactly everything that's going on. We have no zoning. Build what you want, where you want. That's not how we function around here. So again, 20, you just stay out of it and have them go back to their architects and engineers and contractors for help. You stay yourself out of this conversation.
One thing I will point out that, yes, Houston does not have zoning, but a lot of the little cities that are around it, Deer Park, LaPorte, all those,
Yeah.
you know, all the different things that make up the greater Houston Metroplex area,
Yeah.
they do have zoning, some of those. So you have to be careful.
And don't some people really kind of bleed Deer Park into Houston and blend it up like it's the same thing? And yeah, kind of mistakenly think, no, we don't have zoning. No, you're something different. You're not Houston. So absolutely. And I would think the closer you got into that side of town, you would need some zoning. With all the industrial that we have going on out there, I would think you need it. All right, so back up on our screen here, simple stuff, easy day. While under construction, property owners, so now we're back to building the building. I love your book. Your book drove me nuts with this. So while under construction, the property will initiate the lease up stage. That's the pre-leasing that we might be doing. And they're going to start marketing to prospective tenants with the hope that, you know, the thing will be leased up at or above market rents as quickly as possible. So some pre-leasing happens, but we also know there's an issue with pre-leasing on the tenant side of the table. What's the issue?
Delivery date.
Woo, big one. Did I get it when I expected to get it? First and foremost, because if the C of O isn't received in a timely fashion or for some flaw in the construction, massive issue. Absolutely. Raymond was right behind you on that one as well, and so was Benjamin. And then there are also other issues, smaller issues that might include a tenant mix you weren't aware of that just wrecked your foot traffic based business. And let me back you all up to our quiet contributor in the classroom who's shy. What they were saying about the trees and tree removal is when you remove large trees in our area, you have to replace them with trees of same size or multiple trees to create the same amount. Interesting. There's always something to know. And me and trees, I'm not a specialist, but that's interesting to note. Thank you for the contribution. Just wish this person would out themselves. So what else is an issue with pre-leasing? What if the thing never takes off and you were the only one in there? Have y'all seen that happen too? Never takes off. I think we had one called Tang City Mall on 2234 by Gessner. I don't even know what that thing turned into, but it never took off. It was beautiful though. Let's look at land preparation and construction stages. What are typical TIs for your market in Class B office buildings? Now, I'm just asking you based on what you know, and this is for people who may have some experience. And let me back up because something, hold on, we skipped something. There we go. Cost for tenant finishes. Let me put this in here. We talked about this yesterday. This is why we skipped over it, but I want you to see it anyway. Tenant finishes are often paid by the developer when the lease terms warrant the expense. But again, some of that money may have been something the landlord could have used to finish out the space anyway. I am seeing a trend here in Houston. You can put the air conditioning system in yourself. I will give you some tenant improvement money, but you do the TIs. I mean, you put in the HVAC. Tenants will argue, why don't you have it in there? The landlord comes back and says, well, why do you think I gave you the TIs? I don't like that, right? You can see the circular madness going on here, right? I'm not a fan of it. I see some laughing from Taryn. I see Matthew going, no, they're not. And they are, Matthew, they're running circles. Chandra, can you break down exactly the circular ridiculousness of this argument that I'm putting out there?
Well, because I always have the tenants and I agree with them. Like, why am I going to pay for something that I cannot take with me, especially something that is that expensive? And I've seen it where owners it's a brand new building and it's a 3-year lease and they want them to buy an HVAC system that's going to last them 10 plus years. They're like, why am you should put this in and I'll cover the maintenance and the upkeep of it.
And then the landlord comes back with that ridiculous response of, well, that's what I gave you the TIs for. if you're giving me your money, then you put the air conditioning in, and you know what I'm saying? And then give me some true TI so I can build out the suite. It drives me insane. Taryn, what say you? You look like you had some thoughts.
To me, overseas, I was in London, put an office in London. We went round and round on this. Came to telephone lines, everything. I mean, turns out the building, they said they had all this stuff set up and they didn't have the trunk lines in or anything else, and trying to chase that around and who was paying for it. And, you know, and in England, it's all different too. It's just, you know, just trying to deal with the government and the phone company and everybody else and trying to get everything in. And it is, and you had requirements in the UK that put in about how much air movement you had to have for enclosed spaces. So certain conference rooms had to have more AC. So we had to go in and figure out how to retrofit additional HVAC into the building to get enough air volume throughout the different conference rooms and stuff, because it wasn't built to code.
Ooh, that's nasty stuff. Yeah, there is this mess that goes on, y'all, with landlords, tenant improvement dollars or TIAs or tenant improvement allowances, where they really, in my old school opinion, you want me to finish building the building, you should have just finished building. That's how I feel about it. Build the building, finish it up, and then give me money to build out my suite. But instead, you literally want me to finish, like Taryn was saying. You want me to finish pulling in all the plumbing, pulling in all the electrical. Get the build the suit. How about you just build it and finish it? It drives me insane that, like Chandra was saying, that you want me to put in something that's going to last you 10, maybe 15 years that I can't walk away with. What good is that going to do me? It's a circular argument that I'm not a fan of. Chandra says that I always ask for more if buying an HVAC is falling on the tenant. You got that right. Ask for more money. I'm not a fan, guys. Landlords are starting to find ways around certain things that are driving me insane. But be careful about pre-leasing. So I'm asking you guys, what are typical tenant improvement amounts that are being offered in your market for Class B office or retail properties? Because I'm seeing about $20 to $25 a square foot around here. What are y'all seeing? Anybody skilled enough to be seeing a certain amount? And I'm just looking in the chat. Uh-oh. Grant, you hit a hot spot for me. Don't you do that. Grant. Did everybody read what Grant put in the chat? Grant done started some mess. We're going to get to that in just a minute, Grant. And I am seeing about 20 to 25 for office. For me, for some of the properties I've been searching lately, it's still about 25 to 30 for retail. And I don't do medical, so that's news for me, Chandra. Thank you for sharing that one. Raymond says what Chandra said. Awesome. And then, so let me just tell you though, what landlords are going to offer really depends on their threshold for a little pain, how much money they're going to get depending on the length of your lease. There are some fantastic calculators that landlords are using, tenants can use as well. Or you all can call our buddy Matthew, who is the calculator king. That is your new nickname for the classroom. So we bug Matthew for help with calculators because there's some good ones out there on the internet. Now I'm going to take you guys back because Grant put something on the table that's a big deal. Grant, when you put up the AC balancing, what type of building were you thinking?
I'm thinking of office where I am, where my office is either freezing or super hot. But I should have sent it as a mystery message to you, so I could have been safe. No.
It's important, and we talked about it already. I think we talked about it. I teach so many classes, some days I forget. I think I showed you all pictures or information, and I'm not sure if I did, about tons of air. Have we discussed tons of air conditioning? We didn't talk about tons of air conditioning. Okay. I'm going to give it to you short and simple, but it is going to matter when you lease up to your clients, and tons of air are not part of what we talk about in this class at all. But it is a massive issue, to Grant's point, that is going to cause a problem down the line. And when you all are building these buildings and your clients are literally developing these buildings, skimping on HVAC systems, not recommended. Not in Texas, it's not. Now, Grant, you're saying that in your office, how big is it? How many square feet you got?
Oh man, do you know, Chandra? You probably know.
About the size of a house, 2,000, 2,500?
Oh no, we've got, gosh, it's a market center of 170, 200 people. So offices
Okay, so
for
conservative.
maybe
4,000 to
30
5,000?
offices.
Okay, so how many people, Chandra, do you have in the office at any one given time at its maximum?
We probably have about, well, that's tough, maybe 100 people.
Okay, so at the worst, 100 folks in the building at the same time. Now, are they all in the same area or spread out nicely?
They're spread out.
Good.
Floored office building, so.
Here's where I'm going with this. This matters. When the building is being constructed, if there is not enough cooling, and if the ductwork is not pulled out properly and going to the right places throughout certain zones in the building, this is a massive problem, will prevent people from renewing leases. And there are little bitty things that you're going to have to learn, like the northwest corner is the hot corner of a building. Is anybody aware of this? It's the northwest corner of a building. That's the hot corner. Go on, Taryn. I saw your head look right up.
I thought it was southwest, but okay.
Northwest over here. Let me just tell you, and the west side of the building is the hot side of the building. And let me just tell you that north does change slightly with the seasons. But for sure, when you are on the west side of this property, understand you're getting the heat of the day. You're getting the radiant heat and the heat that was also absorbed into the ground that is now warming up everything around you. If you're in the retail center, 1 story, old blacktop roof, we're absorbing more heat. So not only are you getting it from above, you're getting what's bouncing off of the sidewalk into your windows. It can get bad. So these HVAC systems that are cheap or insufficient result in things like what Grant is talking about, hot zones and cold zones. And he said you need to balance the building. From a property management point of view, that's called a nightmare. Grant, to actually balance a building, you know what we need to do? Is we need to piss off every tenant, Sandy and Matthew and Ruth in the building. What we're going to have to do, Sandy, is take every piece of, is that Sandy? Sandy, there you go. I thought you were frozen. We have got to go through every suite and yank down every comic strip from the Houston Chronicle that you people stuffed into the ventilation systems to stop the cold from coming down. There are people that will tape cardboard box flaps over the vent because it's too cold over my desk. And all I see everybody smiling. That means somebody's either guilty or suffering as a result of this. People start taping up and covering the vents. What that does is it pushes air down the line. Grant gets himself a cold zone. Then the new person starts sitting in the area where we taped up the doggone vents, and now that's the hot zone. So when we have to go back and balance out a building, we got to undo all of that and let the system run to see if we get consistent temperatures throughout the building itself. It is a pain in the butt. And I've said in the past to other classes, it is easier for me as a property manager to move air supply grills and return systems than it is for you guys to start taping stuff up and covering up the air. I can move a grill faster than you can fool with the tape and mess up my building. But let me just say this, guys, be aware that when you are leasing up for your clients, all the glass, how many bodies are going to be in the suite. If we're on the corner and I got glass on 2 sides, that's a factor. If the roof is not TPO, meaning it's got a white surface up there and it's a black aggregate bitumen roof, it's an old ag bit or built up roof, it's going to be hot. It's going to be real hot. Do I have a drop ceiling or is it just open? If it is open, is it insulated? Grant, you hit something that is a massive thorn in my side, and that is HVAC. But to the point of development, When that thing is being built, I hope you tell your investors, please don't skimp on HVAC in Texas. Can't afford it around here. People leave when they can't get it. Second generation and further build outs can further exacerbate the problem. Amen. Why TIs are different for class A, B, or C? Would you give us a real example of TIs you've seen for retail and office? Okay, in Houston, class A buildings might give you a little bit more because they expect more. And I mean more polish, better, let me say finishes. They might want to see travertine on the floor, not, what is it? Vinyl composition tile. They might not want VCT anywhere in the building. So they may give more to get better. Who remembers what VCT stands for? I'm gonna put this in the chat for you. What is VCT? I know some of you know what this is. It is actually vinyl composition tile. That is grandma's tile. That is that cheap stuff that when it finally gets wet, it pops up like a Frisbee and you can never stick it back down again. That's that mess you don't ever want in your space. I see Benjamin nodding. Now listen, you're not gonna remember that VCT is vinyl composition tile. So I want you to look in the chat, everyone, and remember this is what VCT stands for. Bam, very cheap tile, okay? You see that in a lease? I'm giving you free tile. No, you're getting very cheap tile. So when you're looking at class A buildings, they may give you more, 30 to 40 sometimes in certain buildings because they expect better finishes. So yeah, there you go. Is there anything about shell condition white boxes? Oh, is there anything about it? What does that mean? Is there anything about it? Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, when we lease a space for on behalf of the tenants, you know, sometimes the landlord will say it's a white box or shell condition. So before, I don't know.
Can I tell you something?
It's about to build out, you know.
I have heard.
I didn't see anything here.
You know what I'm saying? No, not in your text at all. The text skips over some major pieces. Let me tell you all this before we answer that question. I have heard people say things like, oh, it's a vanilla box. You get in there and there's not one piece of sheetrock up there. You've seen that before? People will say things and be saying the wrong thing. If I get a vanilla box, I expect the wiring is in, the plumbing is mostly in, and the sheetrock is up, and so is the drop ceiling. I expect certain things in place, but you will hear white box, shell condition. Some people mean one thing, some people mean, well, studs are in, joists are up. You're still gonna need to put the walls and doors in yourself. I ran into someone the other day, Matthew. It was a white box with no doors. The tenant needed to buy the doors. I don't even know what that was about. There's craziness going on, guys. So everybody needs to get clear on what they meant when they said it. But if we're truly at a white box that's got outlets, some of us call them receptacles, but they've got outlets in place, drop ceiling has been installed, and you're literally getting a white box, then I would see less money coming in, depending on who the tenant is, Matthew. If it's a national credit tenant, I may be putting a lot of money to getting the Victoria's Secret built out to specs because I want them there. If it's just me and Gerald moving in with an accounting business, I give you 15 to 20. You don't need all that. Matter of fact, Gerald, they may stick us with some VCT, honey, and some carpet and tell us to have a good day. You on your own. It is about the type of tenant, length of lease, and what it is you also need to do. There's a whole lot of different factors, but Matthew, since you brought it up, yeah, I've seen people talking about white boxes and there ain't nothing in there. So y'all keep your eyeballs on people. Gerald says a no AC. I'm telling you, the AC thing really hacks me off. Okay, let's get y'all down the line here. I am saying this though, because I know Chandra and Taryn have run into this, and same thing with our buddy Carolyn. There are people out there practicing who will say things and do things that make you wonder how long you've really been in this business. Or how can you say you've been in this business for 15 years with that little bit of experience you got? Take a look at this quiz question here. Equity investors. There are some covenants associated with equity investors that specify minimum rents that can be charged based on the developer's original financial analysis. I want you to keep your thumb on the phrase equity investor and hold on to that for just a minute. Developers might be constrained from offering rents below their original estimates without getting approval from that equity investor or the lender. So they can't go changing things to get competitive unless they get approval in some instances. Also, we need to talk a little bit about developer costs, and there are some in place. When considering a real estate project, there's lots of cost areas to measure when we're looking at putting a budget together. You divide things generally, and this is just generally, into hard costs and soft costs. And developers can get a better picture where the money might be flowing when they do this. So let's just look at the two different types of costs. I got a couple different lists to look at. Here's some soft costs. Anything that's not necessarily directly associated with swinging a hammer or operating a bulldozer. Those are your soft costs. And a lot of these people need to be brought in. Your architects, your, what am I trying to tell you? Your architects, there are also companies that will do CAD drawings for you that aren't necessarily architects, although I think you need to get it done and certified by an architect, but I've seen people offer up CAD drawings before. Accountants, project managers, people who are on your legal team, you have legal fees associated with this. You've got interior design and you've got taxes. And there is one person in the city of Houston who I would venture to say, only because I have some inside knowledge, whose soft costs were through the flipping roof. There's one big time developer in Houston. Who is that? Who is the biggest dog we got stomping around here? In Houston. I'll say Golden Nugget. Really? There it is, Tillman Fertitta. Thank you, Gerald. Tillman Fertitta is our big dog stomping around Houston. Now, I don't know if anyone's familiar with or if they have been to the new hotel, the Post Oak Hotel. Has anybody been in there before? It's beautiful, isn't it beautiful? What I know for sure, Melanie, is this. I found out from some people on the inside that he had a budget well over $1 million just for interior design. Are you kidding me? And what few people know is he wasn't happy with the original design of the, I think it was some of the offices downstairs and a few of the model hotel rooms and suites. And he had a penthouse that he built out for himself and had everything yanked out and done all over again. I mean, this man was spending massive money on soft costs to get that thing right. And if anybody is aware of that hotel, there is a chandelier that costs $1 million hanging in the lobby. So if anybody ever wants to be in proximity to $1 million, at least you can go stand up underneath it in the lobby. It's beautiful. Look at Gwen's face, like, excuse me. I know, right? We got $1 million worth of light bulbs hanging from the ceiling. So he is our big dog in the city, but his soft costs, I wish I could see the budget for putting that thing up. His soft costs were amazingly high. Also, let's see, we got some hard costs here coming up. And they typically include the things that we need to do to get the building put up. So some generalized statements: grading, landscaping, concrete work, plumbing, electrical, labor, all kinds of stuff associated with putting up the physical building itself. What was our word to the wise on concrete? When do we not pour? Does anyone remember when we?
When it's raining.
Was it before the plumbing is complete?
There's a temperature associated with not pouring. I'm not really sure why Outlook just shut down, not Outlook, PowerPoint just shut down on me, but it did. So let me just put my face back up because that's a glitch in my matrix. But in cold weather, Below 36 degrees, it's not recommended you pour. The actual number I was given when I first started in this business was 34 degrees, but that's just 2 degrees off of freezing. So my practice in general was to bump it up to between 36 and 40 degrees. We just don't pour. It's not going to set properly if you do that. That was interesting. Did y'all see my PowerPoint just say I quit? I just said, I'm done. We just shut it on down. Here we go. And that was one of the last slides we're going to look at before we break. But there are all kinds of things that you do need to know. You need to be aware of, if you're going to be involved in development, what the hard costs are and how to create a budget. And I'm going to ask a very honest question, and this ain't no fun, but has anybody ever worked in a budget before? A building budget? Have you worked? Okay. Chandra, I see that look in your face that says, yikes. Ew. Tell me why you gave me that face. I'm pulling up my PowerPoint while we do that, but give me why you gave me the face.
Well, my husband and I built a commercial building together with an SBA loan. So budget is something that obviously is extremely strict. And yeah, every little thing costs money. Every little change costs money. Every little suddenly steel is more expensive. So yeah.
Absolutely. And then what's even worse is when there needs to be an accounting of variances. Did the SBA require you account for variances?
Oh yeah, they made us have a big old chunk of reserve money for those changes and variances.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. There you go. What's needed and what you end up having to do. And this is why earlier we had to have the very real discussion about what you will and will not do in this business. And I'm going to put somebody's real life example on the table without outing this person. But I have a friend who was convinced that he was going to venture into the great wide world of construction and says to me, after having a license to do real estate for only about 6-7 years, I'm going into construction. You hadn't even sold enough new construction homes, but you're about to build 4-story townhomes. Oh, well, it shouldn't be that, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, I got this, I got that. You all do know that that set of buildings has been under construction for several years now. Years. And thinking that you can get into something because you have grasped a couple of vocabulary words is not the way to go. And I'm not lying to you, yesterday, he finally shares with me, I quit the project. He goes, I had to give it up and let it go. I will tell you now that some of the things he went through with development were the developers didn't have enough money secured in the first place. All the different loans that we talk about, your mini perms, your construction loans, your bridge loans, your permanent loans, all this stuff was not lined up, nor did he ask. He depended on his clients to supply the money to build the buildings. There were moments when he didn't get money for months. Guess what happened clean in the middle of his project? Think timelines. I just told you he quit yesterday. I also told you it's been years. What happened along the way? Can anybody put it together? Harvey. Clean in the middle of construction, Harvey. So halfway through, sheetrock not even in yet, you all do know the frames came down, right? It was pretty bad stuff. And this is as a result of wanting to get into something that there was no experience for. If you don't know how to do this, your best bet is to stay out. Picking up a vocabulary word here and a vocabulary word there don't work. So again, be cautious if you're going to get yourself involved. And let me see if I can put this back up on the screen for you guys.
So Misha.
Yes.
This building that I'm sitting in right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I did a renovation, a repurpose of this building.
Yay.
And I was in a 1031 after selling one of the RV parks I owned. My contractor told me all along the way that we were on budget. Everything was good. We were on budget. The day before my 1031 final, he came back to me and it doubled. had I not had the money sitting in my 1031 in my exchanger account, I would have been in deep, deep doo-doo. It cost me being able to buy another property because he went so far over budget, and he told me he was following it. But here's the thing. Let's say I wanted to argue about it. I would have busted my 1031. Let's say that I didn't pay him and didn't bust my 1031. The flaw in that would have been he would have put an MME lien on me, material mechanics, blah, blah, blah. So I was scaroodly dude, right? Terribly nice building though, y'all see, it's nice.
I can't believe, and by the way, Peggy, are you joining us in December?
Well, I'm working that out right now. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really just want to go take the test and be done with it.
Peggy, come on in the room. We're talking 1031s in section 3. I might even just ask you to come in as a special guest on that day, because we are talking 1031s, we're talking boot, but we don't talk about blown budgets, and I find that fascinating.
Well,
So
it sucks.
So if you have a contribution, that would be fantastic. We'll keep in touch, Peggy, because you probably have some great things to say. But at the end of the day, not understanding how to read a budget, look at a budget, understand variances, explain variances. And Peggy, I don't know that this was your case, and I'm not going to say this was your case, but you have got to get rough sometimes with a contractor who wants to tell you, I got this. No, I didn't ask you if you got this. What I said was, show me this. Get me that. I need receipts. I need itemized bills. There are certain things I need from you now, so that Peggy doesn't experience what she experienced later, which is, oh, by the way, on day what, 179, on day 179, oh, by the way, we doubled the budget. Because in 1031 talk, that's a massive problem. So Peggy, I'm calling on you. I'm gonna pay you give you some lunch or something, come on in another class. But at the end of the day, there are things that we don't know, and we have to acknowledge we don't know them. And when it comes to these folks, let me just say this, when a budget's on the table, if you don't understand what you're looking at, you'd better learn to demand that you get the information you need, because it is the difference between getting a deal done and getting on into court. Peggy, what would you have done? What would have happened had you not had your reserve? How bad could it have gotten?
Okay, so I was paying cash for this building, and so it was going to be cashed out. I wasn't getting a loan on it. And so I had the extra money that I was going to use for a separate property. Something told me to be a little bit wary for some reason, even though literally the day before he brought me that bill, we had gone over everything and I said, we're on track. He said, yeah, it's going to be a tiny bit more, but I'm thinking 25,000. I'm like, okay, all right, I got it. It's cool, right? Not happy about it, but fine. He was literally, I mean, just to put it bluntly, he was supposed to stay within 150 to 175,000 just on the cleanup repurposing. It went in over 300,000. And so, yeah, I was pretty well ticked off, especially since we had had constant conversations about all along the way about where we were. And what I was sort of thinking was I was just going to pay on the boot, the capital gains on the boot, and then do something and leverage what was left. And then I would have some of the cash out on it. So what would have happened, I would have done a quick note. I mean, there's nothing, you don't put yourself in the position where you got to have a plan B and get out. And that was basically what I had. So you've got to have one or two ways to finagle that. And if you're not prepared for that, you're really you could just totally lose it all.
Absolutely. To your point, as well as my friend who ended up backing out of the construction of these condos, but let me ask you guys for a little help, and then we're going to actually do a little early lunch, but let me ask everyone to contribute. Ruth asked an interesting question. We actually covered this in section 1 of the class. So this is all of you contributing right now. She's asking how many different specialties are under commercial? And it's an interesting question because I'd venture to say 6,000. So everyone who is aware of an area of specialty, just type it in the chat. And I'm going to put a couple in there myself because, of course, my proficiencies are in property management as well as leasing. Those are my two strong points. But absolutely, good Lord, look at this. Industrial, medical, because someone else in the building does medical. I don't. We got farm and ranch. Absolutely. Just renovation and development. That's your R&D. Warehouse, guys, storage, distribution. There is so much to know. And then again, we're not even talking about the attorneys that get involved. You've got your oil and gas specialists out there. Somebody said infinity. Government, military, absolutely. It's RV parks, good one. Multifamily, we keep forgetting about our apartment buildings, absolutely. There's so many areas of specialty, there's no way to cover it all, which is one of the flaws in the certification, but it's also why this is not called a designation. There are, if you hadn't figured out, there's a few gaps up in here, y'all. But yes, there's a ton of stuff to do. Cheyenne, you win with infinity. You win with that response. There are a ton of places to go. Are you going to be a tenant rep? Are you a landlord rep? Are you working with developers? Are you just the kind of person? I've seen people get so specific in leasing that they only work with churches. That's it. I find standalone buildings for churches only. It gets crazy. So there's plenty. Look, surveying, keep going, y'all. It's, yeah, inspections, you name it, plenty of stuff to do. And then there's one other thing I do want to share with you. I'm going to put it up on the screen because I want you to get familiar with it. You're going to hear it. You might as well at least be exposed to it, and then you'll know where to find it later. And this is information about fire systems because someone brought it up earlier. And I think it was Taryn who brought up fire systems. Let me see if I can increase the page size a little bit. Hold on, it's a little too small to see. See if I can blow that up for y'all. All right, Ansel. When you say Ansel, some of us already instantly go straight to fire systems. And I just want you to understand that there is such a thing as a suppression system, fire suppression. That means we're putting out the fire. And we do have a tendency to say suppression, not sprinkler systems. We say suppression because there's too many different things to know. One of the new ones is an FM 200 system. And I wanted you to understand what that was because it's important. This is the one that uses, let me see where the sentence is. It is safe for use in occupied areas. And it helps protect, here we go, critical, let me see if I can highlight it. There we go, infrastructure, and delivers effective asset protection. Here's what it is. It has 0 ozone depletion. It's colorless, odorless, and vaporizes upon discharge. It absorbs heat to rapidly suppress fire and leaves no residue to clean up. This is the kind of suppression system you want in your server rooms. You understand what I'm saying? Every suppression system ain't the same. This kind of stuff is not in your curriculum. I think it needs to be. So if you have certain tenants coming in and they ask you, is there a fire suppression system? Your answer is, well, what kind are you speaking of? That keeps you out of trouble. Because if you say yes and they assume it's one and you got something else, then we're all kind of, you know, okay, a little trouble here. So the Ansel system has all of these different kinds of suppression systems. Let me see if I can, let me back up. There's a, let me go back one page. Nope, that wasn't it. Go back in. If that's not it, it might be the products page because they have lots of different, there are restaurant systems, industrial systems. Of course, you've got your portable extinguishers, but I wanted you guys to know it's not all foam, it's not all water, it's not all chemical. There are different ones for different uses. And so to our friend's point, asking about areas of specialty, if you're going to get into one, you're going to need to understand that even those areas of specialty might require you understand differences in suppression systems, relevant to what your clients are going to need. I could talk to you all day long about how deep this gets, but let me back you up. I see men stretching. I see Amy twitching. Stevens just left me altogether. 28 moved in an hour. All right, Candace is still smiling. Peggy, well, she woke up because she had something to say. Gail just smiles all day long. We just love Gail's smile. But before I release everybody, because Ronnie's about had enough of me, does anybody have any questions? Veronica, Greg, Lucy?
Misha,
Yes, ma'am. I heard a voice. Please continue.
it's Amy.
Amy.
Are we going to go over in detail any of I've got 2 commercial deals that I'm working on that I have the buyers on both, but I haven't done a lot of commercials. So I'm just curious, are we going to be going over in detail the commercial purchase contract? Just
next section, we do line for line. We're going through, oh my gosh, I want to say about 40 contracts. Don't be mad at me for spoiling that for y'all. Yes, we go over about 4. I know, look at Chris's face. Chris is like, what? We're going through about 40 different contracts over the course of about 2.5 days. So the answer to your question is yes, we are. Now, here's what's up. They are going to be TXR forms because this is the Texas Realtors class. But then you're going to have your friends in the room like Carolyn and Chandra and Taryn and Matthew, who are going to look at you and say, we don't work with these contracts. This isn't what we do. So understand, you're going to get a limited view of what you could be doing. There's a whole bunch more that we're going to try to cover for you in general conversation. To answer your question, yeah, we're going to do it. Where you at? Did you catch it? Everybody's like, do we have to sit in section 3? Yes, you do. And you do have it's contracts and it's project work. Now, and I want to just put the one disclaimer out there. The members of the Texas Realtors Commercial Committee, as well as some of the hierarchy in Texas Realtors, will be your audience. So they're coming in to watch your presentations. You're not going to be graded. There's no, you got a C, you got an A, you got a B, but they are going to come in and be your audience that you talk to so that you're not talking to me. Don't let that make you nervous. They just want to see it kind of, see the 3 sections in action, so to speak. So with all that said, I am releasing you about 20 minutes early for lunch. So we're leaving, let's say 11:40, and I need you back at around 12:45, if you can, about 12:45. That puts us about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So there you go. So I'll see you about 12:45 back from lunch. Cheyenne, great comment. Oh my God, I wish I'd seen that. Cheyenne says, if you don't love contracts, commercial ain't for you. Oh my goodness.
Miss.
Yo.
One quick question. Do you know of any book that has all of the forms for commercial in it? Like I have one for residential where it shows you, explains the whole form, and then it shows you how to fill them out and all of that there. Is there a commercial book for it? Their contract?
No, but let me answer the question this way. The book that you're going to get for section 3 has in its index all these contracts. What I haven't done is counted to see if all 55 of the known commercial contracts are in your index. Because as far as I know, there's 55 of these things. I'm not sure if your book covers all 55. The only issue I have in answering the rest of your question is I don't think any of them are pre-filled out. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because of all the different variations of a contract. But the book you're about to get, nice list of almost all of them.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you take the commercial leasing boot camp classes, I actually provide you with a master list of all the classes, all the contracts by name and number so you can look them up in TXR with ease.
Okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Look at men. If you don't love stress, commercial is not for you. It's so true. It is stressful. These comments are fantastic. And I hated that we all had flipped out, just, flipped off the screen just before the comments came through. But Cheyenne wrote, if you don't love contracts, maybe commercial is not for you, which is true. And then John comes through and says, if you don't love stress, commercial is not for you. I'm not going to say they're lying. I think there's an element of truth to both of those. And I was going to tell Sharon, because I think you have a great customer service oriented style. You may want to come to the dark side with me on property management and come over here and work with me instead. You know what I'm saying? It's more about the building and the property and the systems as opposed to the formulas. If you're not a heavy numbers kind of person, even though budgets come into play, but still every day is different. I love property management, but
Well, I'll come work with you. Let me know when.
come on. Okay. I always tell people who are interested though in getting involved in this industry, because some people are tired of residential, kind of looking to back out of that a little bit, and they want to get into commercial, but they don't understand all of the vocabulary, who the players are. And there's, even though getting jobs right now are not a simple thing to do, what I used to recommend was that you get a job as an assistant property manager, an APM, because working next to the person who manages the property, that person is the hub. He or she is between the developer, the investors, the tenants, the leasing director. That property manager is right in the middle of everything. So you get to hear all the different vocabulary and who cares about this, who doesn't care about that. It's a very interesting position to sit in. It's right in the middle of everybody.
Okay, I'll come work with you.
Well, let me find a property to manage.
But the thing is, every time I go to a class, the one job that everybody gets the most complaints about or gets filed with TREC is property manager.
You gotta know what you're doing. That's all.
Well, okay, as long as you sign off for me.
If I have not done anything else, Mr. Eccles, haven't I impressed upon everybody that you do not do things that get you in trouble? You learn the art of no. No, I will not.
Absolutely. You're
Right?
right. Because I did a commercial sale and a commercial lease in between classes 1 and 2, but the actual sale I've been working on since last December. So it took a long time to get this negotiated, and knowing that I didn't know anything about it was the first thing. And I went and you have to know what you know, and I didn't know nothing. So that's why I was taking these classes. And I did get the help from one person in my company that does commercial, but they really don't have the classes. They have experience. They really don't have all the classes. So he helped me, and he looked over all the paperwork that I'd done. And then he said, okay, do this, do that. I wouldn't do that. And I got that. I made the buyers get an attorney. made the buyers find themselves a lender. And now all the things kind of fell in place. But then when my review came, the buyer says, I asked him for a review, and he said, oh, you were more than willing to stay on top of everybody every day. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's in my reviews, online, but then it came to the leasing portion. The people that bought it wanted to lease back with so I wrote up the lease agreement the best I knew how. And I sent it to their CPA to make sure that the lease was to their full advantage. So knocked out 2 things with one. And that was they were my sphere of influence because they were my AC guys. And we just talk a little bit about real estate when they come by and do my properties. And they called me up, said, do you do commercial? I said, I will. I'll learn how. And I'll get somebody to help me. I make sure to pay the guy in my company. I think I gave him 25% of the commission, just to be able to ask him questions again.
And I like what you did, though. You just kind of stayed on top of everybody. So you stayed involved. It didn't give the client that you weren't, the illusion you were not involved. You stayed.
I texted them every day, Saturday, Sunday, rain or shine, holiday. I texted them every day and told them what was going on. And the problem that came up was not with me, it was with the appraiser. The appraiser said, hey, we're supposed to be out there next week, but since I'm going to be driving through the area tomorrow, I'll stop by and do it. And I said, no, you won't. And I called the bank and I said, you need to tell your appraiser that we're still working on items, because I turned the repairs into lender required repairs. So that forced the seller to do them, and it took them a week. They're trying to get out of it. But so I made the appraiser wait for another 4 days so we could get the repairs done. Otherwise, we would have had to pay for a second appraisal.
Ooh. And by the way, there looks like there's some good stuff going up in the chat. Chandra says, must love numbers. Chandra, I hate them, but I got to admit, I do enjoy a good mystery sometimes, and untangling them turned out to be something I was good at. Untangling. But that's a whole different set of books in commercial property management. Someone said, I just listed a small cinema theater. I'm going to put this out there for everybody because I have some thoughts on this. I just listed a small cinema theater, included 9,000 square foot building and land. Any advice? Before the advice goes up, the person who posted this questions. You said small theater, but we're talking small theater with that old school seating where everybody's on everybody and nothing is reclining? Or are we talking about the new school stuff where we took out every other row? What was it? Waiting on it was a private message coming through. So, and then also you have another question. Where is it? Not the worst, but not the best. So it sounds like, okay, the answer is South Padre Island is the market that it's in, but is this the kind of theater that's new school, where people get the reclining chairs and every other row because you said it was a small cinema, so I'm thinking it's older too. So what is anyone's thoughts about cinemas and theaters? Because this is one of those buildings / businesses where people have to be in proximity to one another and nobody wants to be anymore. Let me not say nobody, but many people don't want to be close to anyone. And then for those who don't mind, they get criticized by the rest of us mask wearers who, so it's a no-win thing. It says this is a mom and pop group and they're taking a hit right now. Absolutely, they can't win right now. Either everyone has to wear a mask or get close or what, and let me tell y'all know how this goes. One good sneeze because you're allergic to the ragweed, you have cleared out the theater. This thing is no good. I'm sorry. Cough one time around me, I'm out of there. So anyone have any thoughts? Because my first thought was repurposing the building and making sure that all of its possible, not all of it, but many repurposing ideas are potentially included in the marketing of the listing. That's just one of the thoughts that hits me immediately. Building and land, but you said, but building and land is worth more. Yeah, my thought was to repurpose it also. So there may require some conversations, maybe with architects who can look at a building and see, oh, this can be used for this, that, or the other, something else. Let's see, other people are writing in the chat. We have a few old 1950s theaters turned into small, small, I guess, event spaces, small concert locations, the occasional seasonal movie. I feel like the movie theater might be coming to its end, y'all. I think Netflix is doing it in, Hulu and YouTube TV. And I have to admit, I get off the thing with y'all at the end of the day, and it is me and Netflix because I'm tired of talking. Let's see. It will make a good bar. Oh, well, all right, Peggy. I like where your mind is at because folks are still drinking. Stage for musicians, as long as you can overcome that crowd thing. Well, y'all keep chatting back and forth. This is where you get the help. And as far as property management goes, these companies may or may not be hiring or firing more managers as these buildings become vacant or repurposed. That really depends on how these owners respond to what's going on right now. May be suitable for a church. Ooh. Never thought about that, Chandra. She says the acoustics might be ideal. Now that's thinking. Okay, I like it. Let's see, strip club. Wait a minute, Benjamin. Man, well, I tell you, Benjamin.
That's a reality.
You know, and I'm not even fussing at him. I'm not even fussing. If that's what it turned into, that's what it turned into. Boy, I tell you.
You know, Netflix and Redbox killed off Blockbuster and Hollywood Videos. So.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you can go down the list of different things that killed off other things. Keurig killed Mr. Coffee. You know, Mr. Coffee insisted on them big paper filters and them loose grounds and that mess you got to clean up when the filter didn't go in right. And honey, that was the end of that. But let me show you guys a little something. We had talked about several things the other day, and I wanted, for those of you who just didn't quite grasp the concept of a server farm, wanted to show you what one looked like. So I went and yanked up a picture, a few pictures of server farms. Some of them are as big as 100,000 servers in one room, and that's what these are. You all have one little computer in your home. We're talking 70,000, 80,000, up to 100,000 servers stored in some of these buildings. I think Google has one in Alaska. I'm not sure if it's still up there. However, massive usurpers of electricity. And if you ever find out the building that you're in has one of these server farms in it, you definitely need to make sure that all of this stuff, let me see, that's a Google first ever look. I bet it's an older picture, but this is one of their server farms. You definitely want to make sure there's sub-metering for electrical, but the other benefit to you guys is this, and I think it's pretty amazing. When it comes to a server farm, can you imagine how secure the building has to be? A massively secure building if this is where Google is going to store its servers. Other things I wanted to share that were, that come up around the world is an instructor. I forget what unit, he's at University of San Diego, and his name is Dr. Norm Miller. Norm has videos on YouTube, if you're a YouTuber like me. And one of the videos that he had, he was talking about effective rental rates and calculations and how to fill them in on an Excel spreadsheet. What I love, though, is Norm just gave you the spreadsheet right here. So let me go ahead and put the link to this page in the chat for you, because I did bother to download it and look at it. It's populated with an example already, but it is a very extensive Excel spreadsheet already filled in. And of course, you can always go look at his video and see if you can follow along with the examples that he's plugged into his spreadsheets for effective lease rental rates. So different terms, different rental rates, different, I think I think he included NPV in this particular spreadsheet, but I wanted you to know the option was there. And there was also another website. Oh, I just got rid of it. Let me just see if I can pull it back up because it was Omni. There we go. Omni Calculator has lots of different calculators. Let me see if I can expand this page so you can see it a little better on screen. You know what's really funny is that the PF Chang's thing keeps coming up because I recently searched PF Chang's. Is that just not all about my private business? All right, let me put this in the chat for you as well. This is the link to some simplified calculators. And you can see there are a few different kinds you can use. And I've played with a few of them, but bear in mind, they are simplified. Not every example, every situation can be covered by use of these, but there are some simple ones in place for you to kind of get to. It's Omni Calculator. So I definitely just wanted to share those resources, but if you take the time to shop around, you can certainly find some stuff. And then another little fun little tidbit I have for you today, see if I can get it up on the screen. I'm going to see how well you guys can predict or at least guesstimate how long something took to do. Let me move my chat back out of the way since it's sitting on top of y'all's faces. And see if you can guess how long it took to build some buildings. And I mean some very popular historical landmarks around the globe. So how long do you all think it took to build? Let me see if it's going to tell it. I don't know if it's going to tell it or if I need to say it first. I'm scared. I forgot how the format is on this. Let me see if I can look at it without telling it to y'all. Okay, so how long did it take to build the Empire State Building? No Googling, please. Just guessing in the chat. Empire State Building. How long did it take to build that sucker? I got 5 years on the table. 2, 7, 18 years. Men just went for it. Uh-oh, here we go. Here's the answer to that one. It took a year and 45 days. That one's a well-documented case, but it took a year and 45 days. The next one is the Eiffel Tower. How long do you think it took to build that bad boy? And it sure wasn't in a matter of months. That thing took a little time. Somebody said USA. For those of you who are around the 2-year mark, absolutely. About 2 years, 2 months, and 5 days to get the Eiffel Tower up. Now here is the big hitch and the giddy up. The picture is right down here for you to look at. Taj Mahal. How long do y'all think it took to build the Taj Mahal? I got a 10, I got a 40. Okay, you 3-year people are out the window on that one. I'll say it ain't single digits. The Taj Mahal, 16 years, not counting the 5 years on ancillary buildings and the gardens, etc. But 16 years just to get the initial structure up. That's a long time to build a building. How about the White House? How long did it take to build that one? And let me just say, sources disagree. Look at Grant ready to dig in. Don't put 225 years. How long did it take to, man, he says inflation. If you all aren't reading the chat, you're missing it. Oh my gosh. It took a bunch of different reports disagree. And wouldn't that figure anywhere from 8 to 13 years it took to build the White House, but sources do disagree on this. How about Buckingham Palace? And that's the interior image of it in the upper right-hand screen. How long did it take to build Buckingham Palace? All right, let me just toss up what research will show. And look, any of this is subjective, but history says it took about 23 years to totally build that thing to what it is today. So imagine adding on, et cetera, but it took time. And the history behind some of it is really very interesting. Last but not least is this weird looking, very iconic building, the Sydney Opera House. How long did that one take? Because it took much longer than anticipated. Who said 70 years? Grant. Sydney Opera House. Somebody guessed around 20 years. I see 15 years. Whoever said 15, Benjamin, you're close. That's the closest. And it took an estimated, it says 14 years. It was supposed to only be a 4-year project. If you want to find out what happened and why it was delayed and what took so long, the history on all of these are pretty amazing stories. So remember we talked about construction and what the heck can go wrong? All of these are great testaments to what the heck can go wrong. I don't know where the LOL symbol is. I don't know, Gail, look up the Vatican, look and see. I have no idea. Somebody said I'd be dead waiting on commission. I love y'all. I really, I just do. But these are testaments to what literally can go wrong with financing and literally in government and budgeting, et cetera, just different ideas about what we want to build versus what we do end up building. And it'll come up later. Let me see, Vatican was 129 years. Somebody said if you get paid upon signing, #goals. Amen, Grant. So lots of stuff comes up. Y'all read about those and find out what's going on. It's actually pretty cool stuff. So unfortunately, we're back to our text. Sorry, the quizzes are over. Here we go. We'll try to keep it moving today. I think we're in for another slightly early day. But the value proposition is where we are in the book. And I think we're still on page 27. I need my fact checker, Sharon, to just verify. I think we're on 27. But in earlier sections of the book, that means last class, basically, the last of the first 4 classes, section 1, we determine value on our projects based on direct market capitalization approaches, basically looking at cap rates. We looked at land residual values. We looked at a few things. Value assessments were based on growth rate, growth of net cash flows. We might have been looking at asset value through market appreciation. We looked at a few things. Now, commercial real estate developers earn their profits, from the creative entrepreneurial elements associated with taking a property from vacant raw land or obsolete buildings to its highest and best use after it's been stabilized. That was just a really pretty statement to, you'd better be sure you built it up right and that people need what you have. This is when you're gonna get your money. You don't just slap up a building to be slapping up a building. And I want to make it known that in the Houston market right now, some of the reports that have been coming out are talking about how often apartment buildings are still being built in Houston, even though the apartment community here is slightly saturated. They continue to go up. So I don't know who's funding these projects or why, especially because people can't seem to stay in their homes as a result of quarantining and job loss. So that's a weird anomaly going on in Houston, according to a recent set of data that was put out in an HAR meeting. I think it was the Engage conference. So we're saturated. That might imply that it's not highest and best use to be building apartment communities here. Anyway, so let's keep going. Our text has a sentence in it that I don't like, but it's in there and someone's going to read it. So I want to see if I'm the only one reading it this way. I'm going to say it. I'm going to see if anybody else catches it besides me, because I don't like the way it's written. It says a land developer that sells the improved site prior to construction will earn lower profits than a developer that takes the project through lease up and stabilized occupancy. There's something about this sentence that drives me insane. Does anybody catch it? Well, you're close. A developer that sells the improved site prior to construction. Was it improved or not? And so something about the way this was written is slightly confusing. Prior to construction, but it is improved. Land developer, I'm not sure where the sentence was going. So for me, I have to bring it out because in the text, I have to admit, this was a bit baffling to me in terms of syntax, but I think what they're trying to say, right, Is the site ready or is it improved? Exactly. There's something about that phrasing I think is a little off. And I will say that while I do love and enjoy our text, every now and then you hit a sentence like this that throws you off. And some of you have bothered to call and say, hey, I am reading this book and I like it, but this one sentence, it tossed me, it threw me to the side. I didn't quite get where they were trying to go. But what I believe they might have been trying to say is that if you bail on a job before the thing, or I should say bail on a built building and try to just build it and sell it, you won't earn as much as if you built it, let it lease up, let it stabilize, then sell it. I believe that's where this sentence was trying to go because it looks oxymoronic when you read it on its face. And I just really wanted to say that out loud. So there you go. But in general, got a little turquoise, got a whole bunch of turquoise. In general, since developers provide the least amount of capital, they're going to be paid last in the line of folks who get their money back after this thing realizes its stabilization rate. So they have less skin in the game. They're going to get their money and the returns at the end of the line. Equity investors are in line after the lenders. So your acquisition, your A&D folks and your mini perm lenders, they're getting paid first. Your equity investors may come next. And then even after all these folks, then your developers are getting their returns. So they're kind of later down the line. They're not getting their returns first. They got folks they got to pay back. Now, here we go. Got a little something coming up here. The higher the property value, the more the developer stands to gain. You didn't need me to read that to you. You understand that. But this is because once all the hard and soft costs are accounted for, the gap, the margin between the value of the building and all the cost to put the sucker up is the investment profit. Again, you didn't really need me to tell you that, but there you go. So the maximum value of this property is only realized after it's stabilized, which is going back to the picture with the gold piggy bank, where I think this is what they were trying to say. The developer's not getting maximum money back until we lease the thing up and we hit a stabilization rate. And we're going to talk stabilization rates in section 3, not now in section 2. But the maximum developer and equity investor profit is also realized again after we stabilize the occupancy and the rents that we've got coming in. So this is something your book has always said it's going to stay away from. And it is held true to its earlier claims that it's not going to go into detail about waterfall distribution structures when we're talking about profit distributions. However, in your exam, the people who created your exams did choose to focus on profit distributions in waterfall structures, also being called splits. So I do want you to at least catch that. So even the gentleman who wrote the book, and there's actually more than one guy who wrote the book, they stayed away from waterfall structures and attempting to explain them because of the heavy detail. But the test creator, different person, chose to focus on the word splits. And so I just want you to be sure to catch that for your exam review. Excuse me there. Feasibility analysis. Now we're going to start looking at what we built, how much money could it make, and how much can I get out of it when I finally sell this thing after it is finally stabilized. Take a look at all of the turquoise here. We're going to kind of hit that ground where this stuff lands on the exam. And there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that comes up and it's in your book. And I'm going to see if I can show it to you because it's a lot and I'm not going to lie. So a developer is going to evaluate all of the costs from the preliminary option period all the way through lease up until the building has stabilized, until occupancy is stabilized, rents are stabilized. They need to know that we have finally hit the maximum of what this property is going to do. And now we're going to look and see how feasible it is for me to sell this thing and get some money out of it. So once the costs are understood, the expected net revenue that this building can generate through rents And its expected selling price at the end of our holding period is going to determine whether this thing is feasible. Now, let me warn you, if you have your book out, I want to show you where we are in your book because some of you might need to literally see this. I'm going to put it up there for you. I'm on page, in my book, it's going to say page 24. I believe in your book, it's going to be page 27. I see a nod from Grant. Grant, is that what it is in your book? Can you tell where I'm going? If not, let me share the screen. There we go. I'm looking at what I believe might be 27 in your book. And you're looking for a paragraph, let me just highlight it right here, that says, let's try an example.
Page 28.
What is it?
What you're showing right there is page 28.
It's 28. Okay, thank you.
It starts on 27, but that part you're showing right there is 28.
This, okay, and see on my books, I got the older version, 24. So I got to catch up with what they sent y'all. Something totally.
Hey, what you were talking about is on the bottom of page 27, which is the page before the one you're showing, and the top of page 28.
Gotcha. Okay, so this way everybody can kind of follow this because I want to admit some things to you. This book was written by someone who loves numbers. Y'all know this. If you hadn't figured it out, our writer, our author is a number fan. Some of you are number cringers. And thanks y'all for the number, page numbers in the chat. Some of y'all cringe with numbers. Some of you hate them. Some of you love them. The author of the book is a fan of them and he is a financing expert. He went to great detail. And let me just tell you, look at your book. Great detail to get this example out to you, but there's so much detail. It's going to take about 15 slides to get through one example with two different methodologies for feasibility. So I'm going to go through some information. You're going to look at me like I'm crazy for expecting you to memorize everything I'm about to tell you. You won't. So don't. It's in your book. And everything you might want to go back and look at later makes perfect sense, but you're going to have to follow it on your own in your book later. So that means take a minute and read it. So this is where I'm coming from. And what I've done is I've summarized everything. Let me see. I need to show it to you. Here we go. Everything on these pages, these paragraphs, I've bothered to take out and bullet point them for the examples we're about to run through. This is way too much data to give over a Zoom platform and expect you to literally mentally remember every detail. So let me just tell you again, this is going to be a lot. Look at all this stuff I got to go through. I don't expect you to remember it all, but I'm going to do my best in the PowerPoints to get you to see what was on the PDF. So forgive us for that. This is part of us growing and learning how to better administer this thing to folks. And here we go. So in the book, what we're going to be doing is this. We're going to look at two different ways to determine feasibility. One way, okay, we can determine the minimum rent per square foot that might render the project profitable once it is stable. So we need to find out the rent per square foot that we need to charge. One of the ways you're going to do that is also consider all the expenses to run that property. That'll let us know how much we need to recover in these rents. Another method, this is method number 2 a little later, is if the project's estimated sales price at the end of its first year, and this is when this starts getting real tricky, y'all, at the end of its first year of stabilized rent, its stabilized first year is greater than the cost to build, then it's feasible. So not its first year after construction, its first stabilized year. And this is when some of these charts are going to start looking like gibberish. So you guessed it, let's do it. We're going to do it together, slow motion here. So we're going to do method number 1 first. A developer wants to build a 4-story office building on raw land. And this is the stuff that's in your PDF. Total amount of leasable square footage once completed is going to be 50,000 square feet for all 4 floors. So that's the total amount of the square footage. It's 50,000 square feet across all 4 floors. And listen, If you want to, take a picture of this because some of you are going to see the formulas later and go, where'd that number come from? And it came from this synopsis. So to help you recall, wait a minute, who said this? It's in this early synopsis and you will forget it by the time we get down the line. A total of 10,000 square feet is allocated as common area for this particular building. The expected rental rate at completion is going to be $2.25 a square foot per month. That's also equivalent to $27 per square foot per year. The project is supposed to take about a year to build at a cost of $90,000 in hard and soft costs combined. And that's still up in that first paragraph. We're kind of untangling here. Let me drop that down for myself before I lose my mind. More details. The effective gross income in the first year of operation. Now, this is where things again start to get a little wonky. First year of operation is expected to be $270,000. That's with only 20% occupancy in the building. Interesting factor. But the effective gross income in the second year of operation is expected to jump up to $1,282,500 at 95% occupancy. The year of operation versus stabilization versus when we finish building it, they're all different things. And so all of this comes up later. It gets stabilized in the second year of operation. Let me get you back to your text because that's supposed to mean something. Let me pull it up. Please forgive me, I'm managing 4 screens here. After the certificate of occupancy is issued, your text says, at the end of year 1, the effective gross income in its first year of operation, and in parentheses, your text says, and I'm going to show it to you. I just need because this is, again, this is so detailed, it's sick. Right here. It says, after the certificate of occupancy is issued, at the end of year 1, the effective gross income in its first year of operation is considered year 2. And by the time we get to these charts and you start looking at year 1, but I thought that was year 2, but I could have sworn we read, this is when things get a little sideways. And so your book, again, it's very good, it's very detailed, but you're going to have to go back and look at this to really get the full breadth and scope of what I'm going to show you. It also continues. Say it again.
Building at a cost of $90,000.
Honey, let me tell you something. This is a little teeny tiny little building.
But whoa. Loan to value is 9 million.
Let me tell you something. It says the project will take 1 year to build at a cost of $90,000, which will include all of its hard, yes. And then it's a loan to value of 9 million starting in year 2. Now, this is where stuff gets crazy, I'm telling you.
I'm just trying to figure out what they meant.
I
don't get it. I'm not getting it. I think there's a typo. I think there's a zero left off at the
It's
top.
the 90,000 only from their preliminary option period, not the total cost.
And it's, again, there are so many details in this example that it gets very crazy. And the sad part is what they want you to look at when you finally get past all of this stuff. And I'm scrolling down. I think you can see what I see. Is they want you to look at effective gross income and gave you all that back data. It's crazy. Then we're going to start getting down here into cash flow before taxes, debt service, and all kinds of other factors. Why this? Let me tell you something. I have been editing and correcting this book since the beginning, and it's been driving me a little bonkers. So Peggy, I totally understand you. I even told Matthew, I'm going to be contracting Matthew in a minute. I even told Matthew that there are some formulas in the book that I have caught that were incorrect, and I have to admit that. I don't think I saw you. Peggy, were you with me in the first section? Yeah, and so there were formulas that I corrected, formulas that other people had to correct, and it's It's a lot. Let me say, to be the person that has to read behind someone else, can't do it. So right? So what I'm going to be contracting, see, Matthew doesn't know this yet. What I'll be contracting Matthew to do is run every formula in this book. But some of the data that is in here is some of it is off, some of it is wrong. We even had stocks at $10,000 a share, should have been $10 a share. That was our first class. There is a lot of this going on. So Peggy, I empathize with you. Yes, ma'am. Chandra too. Chandra got it. Chandra caught it as well. So let me get back to the other details, because what was really key for this set of examples is understanding that we started talking about first year of operation versus second year. That's operation after we got the thing built up. So first year versus second year is going to confuse some people, and it drove me insane to actually have to pull all this apart. Year one of effective gross income, nothing. Year two, we finally got $270,000. Year three, this is when we got $1,282,500. But let me go back to the rest of these details, and then we can get moving forward with some of the formulas that don't have anything to do with the data this gentleman is sharing. Let me drop that down. Hold on one second. Let me stop it and share. All right, so operating expenses and capital expenses were expected to be $350,000 annually for this property. Annual debt service on this property was supposed to be, and I know, 60% loan to value of $9 million. So that's $427,651 a year in annual debt service for this particular property. Skipping that. All right, so more details on method one. Developer wants to minimize the capital that was invested. The capital invested was $3,600,000. And an equity investor was supposed to fund 35% of the loan to value, which was 60%. So they're going to fund $3,150,000 in exchange for a portion of profits. The developer, his or herself, was going to carry the remaining $450,000. So both parties have agreed that we've got a required rate of return. Our hurdle rate was going to be $12 million. This is what these two parties said. This is what we want to see. And both have an expected growth rate of 3% per annum, but starting in year 4. Both agree that we're going to hold this thing for 5 years. So the holding period is only 5 years long. And we are still running, through information. So this is what method one wanted us to do. Some of the details that needed to be included, and this is in your book, and this has just been carted over to the PowerPoint so you can see it a little easier. Year one was when construction was finished. That's why you see nothing. Nobody had done anything. Nobody leased up anything. We weren't operating yet. So year one, per our example, was when construction finished. Year two here is the first year of operation, and it's negative cash flow here, negative net cash flow. By year three, it's our second year of operation, but our third year of effective gross income. Second year of operation, and this is where the book starts to throw some people. It could throw some people, not everybody. But you start looking at how much money we're bringing in. The fourth year, effective gross income. Here we go. This is the third year of operation. And by year 5, again, we start to see some stabilization happening here. But that's the fourth year of operation, even though it's the 5th year after the thing was finished. And that's all we're looking at here. I need to pull up the chat because I'm missing conversation. Hold on one second and let me pull up participation screen. Oh, crap. Hold on one second. Minimizing. Awesome. Back to your text. Let me get you over here because, again, there's a load of detail. That's your 3%, by the way. Earlier, let me get you back to your details. Where's your 3% growth rate? Right here. And to multiply something by 3%, you can multiply it by 1.03 for your growth rate. So that's what the 1.03 was for. Somebody actually put it in there. 3% bumps. There you go. So to multiply your 1,282,500 by 1.03 is going to get you your number to show you your 3% growth rate. And that's how you land at 1,329,75. Then you cart this over to the 5th year and multiply it again by another 3%. Or does anybody remember our percentage increase calculators? You can use that too. Don't forget you got your calculators in case this stuff escapes you. So here we are with a little bit more detail, and here was the answer coming. You just jumped gun there. That's your 3% rent increase starting in year 4. And again, we just did it easy by multiplying 1.03. Just as a simple note, many people do that when they're multiplying sales tax. Don't a lot of you use that to multiply sales tax? You just use a 1.0825 to find out how much things are costing. So we do it all the time. So here we go, feasibility analysis, so much crap to consider, so much more detail, but we're trying to determine the expected value at reversion, which is the end of our holding period. Please make note of the blue expected value at reversion. That's just what is it that we're expecting at the end of our holding period. Giving you a second to catch that. And to do this, you can recall that we can solve for value if we have a terminal cap rate in place and either cash flow before taxes or a net operating income. And again, this is before our taxes come into play. But since the project is levered and has a loan, we're going with cash flow before taxes. So let's see what the author of this book did. This is a very simplified version of what's in your book. And I'm going to pull the chat down so I can't see it again. Forgive me for that, but it's the only way I can keep an eyeball on what's in your book. Put that up on the screen. So you guys are looking at a simplified version of what's in your book. It just went into a little extra detail for you. It is also color coded because it can kind of, get to be a little hectic following some of these numbers. So how did we get to cash flow before taxes? Here are the formulas just to remind you. In the book, I have taken an extra step and I'm just showing you the 1,282,500 minus the 350 gets you 932.5. Then we can, do the rest of the formula to get your numbers. We're going to subtract out the 427,651. If you all want to scroll back up in your books to recall what those numbers are for, that's why this starts to get super duper confusing. If I go back and show you where the 427,651 comes from, it's up in your let me go back to the previous slides so we can see. It's your debt service number, and it is in your example somewhere higher up here. Where's your debt service calculation? There it is. Your debt service was down here. This is one of the issues with administering this through Zoom is trying to recall too much stuff too far back. Forgive me for all of this. So this is a version of where did all these numbers come from? This is simplified for you, but it's also in your book, minus the extra step that I've included here, here, and here. So that we got our cash flow before taxes, and recall we're looking at year 3, years 4, and year 5. We're still on more details. We're almost there. So we're supposed to revisit that rate of return expressed and agreed on by both parties, and they said 12%. The goal of all these calculations is to get to a sales price at the end of this holding period of 5 years. So here we go again with another formula. Required rate of return equals your growth rate plus your terminal cap rate. But first, how about a refresher? That terminal cap rate came from this formula here. expected rate of return minus expected growth rate of 3% a year, and that's our 9%. I'm going to ask for a show of hands for the white belts in the room who's had enough. I can see it. I can see it in people's faces. I'm going to tell you now, the book does a decent job of getting you through this, but it's a lot for one example. Now, at this point, it's 1:40, just 5 minutes before we would have normally taken a break. So we're going to take a break, let you breathe a little bit, and then we're going to dig back into this. But again, with the caveat and the understanding that you need to go through your text. It's going to be difficult to literally go through slides and follow along and capture and retain everything you need to know. So take a break. See you back here in 10 to 15, about 5 minutes before the hour. And we're coming on the end of our day. I'm just a talking with the mute button running. Oh my goodness. Come on back. Look at Cheyenne in the glow of the screen. Come on back, y'all. I think it's time, yeah. Let everybody pop back up on the screen here. Letting everybody pop back up. And before everyone loses every bit of their marbles that they've got, remember that this is in your book for you to kind of follow along with, because I think it's way too much data to share in this format. It's a lot. Let me reorganize a couple of screens here. Let me get a couple of proctors back down to the back of the room. Oh, my proctors moved up. Let me get y'all to the back of the room there. And one more from South Padre. Here we go. Awesome. All right. Oh, did I say 5 to the hour? Excuse me. Okay, we got a couple more minutes. Forgive me. I thought I said 1:45. Get your minutes. Get it, Candace. Get your minutes. It could have been 5 to the hour. I can give you that because we're doing pretty good. We're still chugging along. What is that cute little blonde lady? Her voice just drives me insane. There is a woman, an actress, I can't think of her name, making something. Giving Candace her time. She is reclaiming her time. Who said that? There was a woman who said she is reclaiming her time. I can't think of her name to save my life. Maxine Waters.
Mish, you were talking about data centers, and I used to work at one shell off of OST back in the day when Brown and Root was there, shell, and there's 2 floors of data centers on there. Yeah, my husband was in the plant there and ran all of it, and of course we were in the basement, and you couldn't talk about the air conditioning or heating. You just had to bring a blanket.
They do have to be kept cold. They sure do. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's there now, but we were there for years. I worked in purchasing and the accounting there for the project, and he was the plant. And whew,
Yeah, they know.
I didn't have to write, especially when he'd have to come adjust the AC. I just had to bring a blanket. I mean, the heat, I had to bring a blanket.
I ended up sitting on a grand jury for our region. I think the Southwestern region grand jury. And thanks to those servers, when people do or say things in email and they're sent through a Google server, whatever it is that you did, wiring or sending documents or what have you, if it's done through Google, it's automatically a federal crime because it crossed state lines. I don't think any, and this is for us in this region, I don't think in Texas there are any Google servers. They're out of state. And so anything that you do, well, as a matter of fact, it's considered a federal crime because you crossed state lines because the server was out of state. So something that you might think is a local charge, we had more people committing crimes that would have been smaller in charge. You know, the charges that are put up against you, and they turn out to be federal in weight, just because things were done through the mail, things were done online through Google, and it'll definitely increase what you're slapped with in terms of charges, fines, or jail time. Just because of those servers. Trying to reclaim my friend's time here. What in the world? There we go. Is it now? Is it time now, Candace? May I move ahead, Miss Candace? I'm scared.
I just thought that you said 5 minutes to the hour. I wasn't sure, but
Okay, I saw myself freeze, but is everybody able to see me? I just want to make sure because I did see myself freeze. Are y'all good? Awesome. Okay. Let me put this back up on the screen. And again, I think this is exhausting. I'll be honest with you. I'd like to fight to get this one changed out a little bit because it's a lot to see in one swallow. Let me get back here. And we're sharing. So where we left off was the terminal cap rate at 9%. So we're supposed to be able to solve for that terminal value, which is the value that's supposed to be what this building is worth at the end of our 5-year holding period. What's it supposed to be? So there's a formula, and we're back to color coding again, hopefully trying to make this just a little bit easier to follow, but I'm going to say, I don't think so. I think it's still going to be difficult to follow. But the terminal value is equal to the cash flow before taxes divided by those terminal cap rates. So in this case, if you'll remember what those cash flow before tax numbers were, it was 582,953 divided by that 9%, and it's supposed to get you this value at the end of the holding period, year 5, of $6.5 million. So we can add the year 5 cash flow before taxes of 582,953 to the terminal value of and I'm rounding up when I say 6.5 to determine present value of the year 5 total cash flow. And in the text, they have rounded up the number, admittedly, to $7,060,212. If you're running a calculator, this isn't exactly what you're going to get up. It was rounded up. So I don't know why he chose to round. He'd never done that throughout the whole book. But when you consider going through this, there's a couple of reminders. Your terminal value, something we hadn't really talked about in a while, so I'm just going to put it back up on the screen. That's your anticipated value of an asset. It also works on a business, by the way, but it's on a certain date in the future, given that future cash flows can be estimated. And in our case, they can be estimated because we're looking at rent. And we've got rent in place based on what we put in our lease documents. So we've got some reasonable guesstimation as what the future cash flows are gonna look like. These values assume that a business will grow at a set or constant rate of growth forever. That's what terminal values do. It's a form of forecasting, so to speak, but terminal values must be translated into present value in order to be meaningful. So then we've got present value. What the heck is that? We keep throwing these terms around. Present value, this is the current value of future money. So it's the current value of a future sum of money or future stream of cash flows given a specific rate of return. So present value says that an amount of money today is worth more than the same amount in the future. And calculating present value involves assuming that a rate of return could be earned on those funds over a certain period of time. And that's what we're looking for. What am I getting back and what's it worth to me today? And even though the picture says, okay, now I get it, I bet you some folks are going, not really. Not really. Some folks have, look at the faces, Raquel. Oh my goodness, Raquel is down to one eyebrow. Lucy is doing her darndest to take a look at this and really soak it in. But this is something that wasn't written at this stage in the book. But if I had to go back and share with the committee what I think the book needed to do, I think the book needed to regularly revisit terminology and definitions to remind people what they were seeing. And for me, in having to put these PowerPoints together, you never realize that until you put the PowerPoints together. So if there are some thoughts about this, by all means, don't forget to share that so we can continue to develop the class for people who are catching this behind you. Just want to make sure you know that you all are serving a purpose. I wish I could pay you for it. I wish I could pay you for it. Thank you, Sandy, for remembering it was Maxine Waters. She's reclaiming her time and I'm reclaiming mine. Come on, computer. There we go. So if you look at your text, it goes on to note that the estimated sales price at the end of year 5 can be found with this following formula. The estimated sales price can be found by looking at the year 5 net operating income divided by that terminal cap rate we'd figured out. The terminal cap rate, I went ahead and slipped you all the way down here just to remind you where we got this estimated sales price from. There's the formula repeated for you. One quick reminder, and there is a reminder in place. Value and price are not the same thing. For those of you who are looking at even home appraisals, value is one thing, price is something else. Price is what you can sell it for. Value is something else. We're looking at what it could sell for, but value based on what it is right now today. What you can sell it for might be something totally different based on demand, supply, and a few other factors. So they're not the same thing. You are going to get different figures. So at this point, I had to develop a sense of humor and ask, what was the original question? I mean, real talk, right? Carolyn, thank you for having a sense of humor here, because really, even after 55 slides, you have to ask yourself, what were we doing again? And both the investor and developer were simply asking, is this development feasible? That's all they wanted to know. An investment is feasible if the value after completion and stabilized occupancy is greater than its cost to build. Stabilization happened in year 3, not year 5, year 3. And this was a levered development, not an unlevered one. So we had to look at a few more things. I'm sorry, but here we go again. Off we go. Take a look at this thing right here. And I had to go back and highlight some stuff that was brought up really early that you might not have seen. And the book mentioned that terminal value was highlighted in green in your book. My issue is I don't even know if it's in color in your book. I have no idea what you received, but the terminal value is highlighted in green. So what I've done is I've circled it in green on this PowerPoint slide just for you to see. Just to make it, is it in color in your books? Okay, because I wasn't sure what they've given you. So we're supposed to look at the value of the property in year 3 after rents were presumed to have stabilized. And so here's year 3, and I've highlighted year 3 in yellow. So notice that the terminal value highlighted in green is $5,609,000. And since we're borrowing 60% of development costs, we have only invested $3.6 million between the developer and his or her equity investor. That is well below the year 3 terminal value of $5,609,433. What was invested is below the value. So the project is feasible. We went through all that to get to the answer of the project is feasible. Now look, I know we could have skipped all of that. I know we could have, I get it. I'm just letting you know, go through the book, go through the examples. There's a reason all that stuff is in there. But if you really wanted to shortcut this whole bad boy, you could have looked at this chart and said, well, the amount of money invested against the value at year 3 when we stabilized, yeah, it turns out it was feasible. And that was the easiest way to do this. So let me just extend my greatest apologies. I'm not sure why we had to go through all that trouble. It hurt my feelings. Just wanted to share that with you. And then valuation of the property. Be thorough though. If we ran these formulas to determine feasibility for year 3 for an unlevered development, your textbook covers that too. It says, but suppose the developer and equity investor didn't borrow any capital. Is it still feasible? Value at the end of the holding period. Let's see, let's value at the end of the holding period at year 3. It was 932,500 divided by 9%. Would have given you the 10,361,000 plus. We needed to look at, let me go back here. Hold on for 1 second because there is a typo in this. Hold on 1 second. Back. 504, Here we go. This is still greater. The 11 million that we're looking at, I got a typo in my formula. The $11,293,611 is still greater than the in development costs, 9 million in development costs. So the project was feasible regardless of whether it was levered or not. Did we get a loan or did we not? 9 million, not 90,000 to develop the project. Over the 11 million we got back on unlevering the project. So yeah, this was worth the money. And if we went back and added these amounts up, this is where we got the 11,293,000. Forgive me, guys. I am managing an email that has come in from my boss. Forgive me for that. But at the end of the day, both of these projects were feasible, looking at it 2 different ways, doing it with other people's money, meaning the bank, or without other people's money, using your own money, your own funds. So with all that said, what I wanted to do, because I did not have fun putting this together. Let me just say that now. It wasn't fun. This is a lot. And this was meant to be administered in person. So what I'm looking for now, how often do clients expect us to do these calculations? Cheryl, let me say this, as often as you're proficient at it, okay? Don't dig into this if you're not proficient. What you do is, first of all, you find yourself an expert who does this. You work with people who do this normally. Then you need to determine what kind of tools are they using. Do they have Excel spreadsheets already built out? Are they using other calculators that come because of membership with certain organizations? And if it's not your wheelhouse, you partner with someone. This is just an interesting thing to do if you've never done it before. But let me say this, all of the handwritten stuff you just saw on these slides is unrealistic, and it just is. Nobody's doing this by hand. There are calculators there, and as a matter of fact, Gail, in RPR, the Valuate tool works if you have identified a property. If you don't have a property identified that's not listed in RPR, then you cannot use Valuate. So you're going to need for it to be listed in RPR for that tool to work. So the answer is yes, if the listing is in there. But yeah, Gerald, let me not scare the pants off of you. The author loves his numbers. There's no getting around that. The author is full of details. There are, I think, maybe 3 authors who contributed to the book. So it was picked up, set down, picked up, and set down. Then we put the PowerPoints together trying to decipher what a bunch of different people had to say. And now I'm showing this stuff to you on a PowerPoint slide that's still imperfect, that needs its corrections as well. when the truth of the matter is you would have plugged and played. That's the truth. You would have plugged and played. You would have typed in a few figures and these spreadsheets will populate for you what you needed to see. So what I don't want you to do is start pulling out every number 2 pencil and sharpener that you have. No need to start writing this stuff down the long way. But now we're at that phase where the feedback is key. And I definitely need that because I do think as long as we're going to be doing this online, some overhaul is required. So what I'm going to invite you to do is either you can email me at this email address, even though some of you already have it. And if you can, put in the subject line, TACS suggestions, because I'm not lying to you. Everything you all said went up the ladder. And all this still needs to continue being developed until it is refined. Who's taken GRI before? Has anyone had GRI? Has it ever crossed your mind that we just fly through that curriculum like nobody's business? We just fly through it. There are over 36,000 people who have that designation. That means we've taught it a lot. You all are literally sitting in the first iteration, number 1. So with that said, I definitely want your feedback. And I do think the book would have done better to give you more resources for calculators, places to go to download spreadsheets, which is why I keep putting this stuff in the chat for you and showing it to you when I see it. So what are you all thinking? Tell me how you're feeling, because this is the moment for you to share. Look at Lucy. Lucy's like, I am so
This
done.
was over my head.
I feel that. Okay, well, I see good stuff. And I appreciate where Miguel is coming from. Thank you. But who gave me the over my head? Was that my friend Gail?
No, it's Sharon.
Hey, Sharon, thank you for the honesty. So these are my white belts in the room, sitting alongside my black belts in the room, going, huh? You know, this is when people secretly start addressing their emails and text messages while I go through these slides. But tell me what else. Deer in headlights. I'm listening. I'm looking.
This reminds me of accounting 1302 after accounting 1301. I think what it is just mainly foundational, and it's just going through step by step, and the way that he wrote the book and all this. It's just about how things are done, and then he's explaining it. And if you could go through it step by step, it just gives you a chance to solidify what you're trying to understand from what they're trying to convey. The issue here is those calculations are going to be always there. It's not how you're going to go arrive at it using a calculator if you understand the basic concepts. So to me, I see all these calculations. I'll just review them later because it's just something that you have to understand the foundation. What are they trying to get at? And they're just trying to tell us, this is how you arrive at determining if this project is feasible. Now, those calculations, you just take your time on going through them. That's all there is to it.
There you go. And don't forget, first of all, John, it was very well put, because I've been saying from the beginning that these books are about math theory, not mastering the math. There's no way you can do that. You all cannot be in here, look at 16 slides in 30 minutes and master it. And if that's your expectation for yourself, I would say take that weight off your shoulders. Don't do that to yourself. This is introduction to vocabulary and concepts. So when you hear it, you go, oh yeah, there's a chapter on that. And then maybe you can go back and read, to John's point, and go through it step by slow step. Once you understand why you do any of this stuff, then you can use the calculator, arrive at a figure, and move on.
Yeah,
So it's
Well, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I look at it like taking a trip using the old map scope versus the GPS. You know, you got to get there, and it's just a matter of how you maneuver. But yeah, it's definitely information that you need to get where you're going. So.
It is, and you're going to need to understand and hear
Mish,
vocabulary words. Yes.
there's a book I recommend everybody to read it.
Finance, real estate. Oh, hold on. I think I took your picture down. Say something again.
That's the book. I recommend someone interested to read it.
And let me tell you guys, grab whatever books you can. And then let me just say this, for those of you who will look at a book, the text that you have, which is very simplified, but also makes a lot of assumptions too. I'll say that it makes a lot of assumptions about certain investments. There are a lot of, put the thing back up, Matthew. I think Min wants to see it again. Come on, Matthew.
Can you allow him to screen share, Mish?
I don't know. No, I can't, because if I don't give it back, we lose our class. Matthew, hold on 1 second. Let me.
Finance for real estate development. Who's it by?
Yeah, put the title in the
okay. Okay, I'll do that.
Fantastic.
I'll find the link. I'll find the link. Send the link.
Even better. That's even better. And by the way, guys, don't forget, because not everybody is math proficient, and the author of the book assumed all of us were. Assumed everybody was math proficient. Who sends their child to Google for math homework? I mean, not Google, YouTube. Has anyone ever sent the kid to YouTube for math homework? And there are Joe is laughing. There are a lot of videos on YouTube that simplify some of these things in ways that really surprised me. Just like our two students, I forgot where they were, who grabbed a basic calculator and showed you scientific calculations. Author and publisher. Somebody wants, Jim, now you're just asking for extra with the publisher. Someone, give Matthew a minute. I think he's going to put a link in the chat for you, he said.
Yeah.
He's coming, y'all. Give him a second to put the link in there.
I've taken some of the CCIM courses, and about any which, whether I do a Bogart through a mentor text or wherever, they all expect you to do the math.
Mm-hmm.
And it's intense.
Yes.
On some of the CCIM math courses.
The good news is you get some time to go through it, not 15 minutes. And that's the hazard here is, we've got a very short amount of time to cover things that people usually get a little more time to cover, a day or two to sit down and talk about and pull apart. Matthew put a link in Amazon if you want to buy it from there.
Oh, cool.
And then member benefits for CCIMs, because there were some members in the room, I remember. So if you want to grab it from there as well, Raymond put that in. Thank you, Raymond. So there's a lot of resources. And for those of you who are not into purchasing extra things, don't forget, some of this stuff is available online for you to look at. Find what works for you. But what I'd like to recommend is that some of this book or the classes be restructured to emphasize that this is about theory and not actual mathematics, because I don't think it's practical to expect you to grasp the actual formulas this fast. Tell me what else you guys are thinking. I'd like to get this in there for the higher ups to see. Tell me what else is on your mind there. I think everyone's brains have just said we're done. And this is after lunch fuzziness too. This is what happens after. We do this every day after lunch. Look at me.
Well, it would help to